I'll be fine.
Welcome back, everybody!
Hello! Hoi!
Ah! Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to Misty Mountain Mondays on Misty Mountain Streaming. I'm the D&D wannabe, my name is Rob, and we're starting a new campaign tonight! And I am filled with nervous energy / caffeine / being sleepless in Seattle. Yeah, whoa, hey. Look at these beautiful people on screen with me. Happy 4th of July to everybody.
Wow, happy 4th.
How's it? Ooh, man, we got some of the usual suspects here. I'll say hi to y'all in a second. I'm gonna try and do this first.
I have a special hello to us.
Sparkler!
I have a special
Yay!
Yeah,
Yay!
man, I wish I could find mine. Yay!
Don't hurt yourself.
No, hurt yourself.
Better me than somebody else, right?
Nightmare.
There we
Where
go.
did you just put those?
I have a water bucket down there.
Now,
They just threw them on the ground.
You look very smoky all around.
Thank
No,
you.
he swallowed
Thank
them.
you. Oh, yes, that would have been... no, I don't want to risk too much of the beard. John already made that mistake. That's why he's got his head shaved head now. In case you didn't know.
Oh boy,
I didn't know that.
Oh, John.
That's how it goes.
For
Wow.
him.
Guys, we will do introductions and make some announcements and do some stuff in just a second. Real quick, hello to Banjo Bravo. We're going to be talking about something you made here in just a little bit. So glad that you are here with us. Dabs is here. Evelyn May is here. Jay Tortuga is here. Mademoiselle is here.
friends.
Hi, Maddie.
Hi. Hello.
Sheepy is here. Wolf Rider's here. So many culprits. Love to see you guys coming out here. Thank you for joining us on a holiday. This, I imagine, is an inconvenient stream to make it to for some people and a very convenient stream to make it to for other people. And I'm glad you guys were able to join us. I'm glad these people were able to join us as well. We will talk about some stuff. The screen looks different. That is all Jane. Crash designed new stuff for us. It looks familiar, but it looks new.
Amazing.
Look at all the colorful fire.
We have colored fire.
Everybody got their own colored fire.
It's called foreshadow.
I didn't get a color. Mine's white.
We
No,
ran.
It's an
Ellie,
absence of.
We ran out of color by the time we got to you. Okay.
Yeah, the
Ran
We
out
were
printer.
trying. Just the printer ran out of toner. It only.
Yeah.
And it refused to print.
Because I got a black, gray, and a white, so it's like they've run out of ink as they went through.
You need to name your next one just inkjet printer.
Inkjet
HP
printer the
Inkjet
rat.
1982 trademark.
Oh!
HP Max Inkjet.
I'm gonna be coming to this in a second, Banjo. I see what you have redeemed. We will be coming to that, and there's going to be something on screen to indicate that in just a second.
Whoa!
Let's go ahead and do introductions. We're going to start with how everyone is presented on your screen. So we're going to start with the tarp. This is a good start, guys.
Tyler.
Your words.
Oh boy!
Tyler, say hello and what's been going on with you. And I mean, if there's newcomers to the channel who don't know you, and everyone else absolutely does.
Well, Maddie and I both were just at Denver. Like, we literally came home from Denver Fan Expo this morning. Maddie flew home, and I drove home by myself on like 3 hours of sleep. So I'm tired, and I'm kind of losing my voice. I'm Cheesecake Panda. I do cosplay. I'm the one who always has the lucky rat. And I have
There
to
she
say a
is.
very special thank you. Let me get his screen name up. To very lovely person, to John Newbold or JN Man 8
Yeah.
from Denver, because he
Ooh.
stopped by basically every day that he came by and said that he watched the stream and that it was
He
nice
came
to
and
meet
said
us.
hi.
He came from
Aw.
Sophie and all
That's
kinds
awesome.
of stuff. So it was
He's-
That's
nice.
really cool.
He's in the chat right now,
Yeah.
actually. He says it was awesome to see you there.
Oh, that's really
Yeah.
cool.
I saw your posts of pictures earlier. I just have been sleeping since I got home.
Yeah, we both
Like, they
got
got
home
a
and then
message.
took naps.
Got a message like 30 minutes before this stream even started, and I was like, I woke up.
I'm up.
now.
Ooh, boy. Well, thank you, Tyler, for the suffering and the journey that you had to be here today. And thank you to John for coming and hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Hey, Maddie.
Hey.
Who
I'm
are you and what's
Maddie.
up?
I am Mademoiselle or Maddie. You could just call me
Maddie
Maddie.
Harp
That's
sound.
my pretty name.
I forgot we
And-
established that on Friday. I need to keep up with that.
Wait,
so
I
good.
missed something.
Nothing.
now the
Nothing.
is
You're
Maddie
you're
the Laura?
wonderful. You're
Okay.
perfect. Keep going.
Oh,
Maddie the
stop.
Laura of this stream. Is that what we've decided?
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe.
Yes.
That is an honor above all honors.
Can I be the Sam Riegel? I feel like that's appropriate.
Ah, damn. I knew someone else would take him.
But like Tyler, I just took a nap and threw some makeup on because I was on an airplane for a while this morning. But I'm really excited to be here, and I've been practicing my character's voice for a little bit now. So I hope you guys all like her. I'm excited.
Good voice.
That's all.
I'm terrified now of doing of having to do y'all's characters' voices if y'all happen to miss a stream now that I've had to do CN and Sawyer. So I
You
realized
did
I
so
just-
good.
Listen, CN's not that hard to do, okay? You just gotta get the personality.
Oh, let's go down to Crash.
So am I? Am I fine?
You're coming through-ish now. Okay.
Wonderful. There's been storms coming through my area. But Crash can't ever know cause D&D. You know.
Anybody else? You're okay?
It's
Am I
real
freezing
robot-y.
again?
Yeah, you went a little
Hearing
robot
no.
on us.
Yeah,
I've
we
heard
heard like
3
every
words.
third word. Yeah.
That's
oh,
okay.
beautiful. I love that for me. It's
Sorry.
okay. How about we just go on to Ellie? And I'll
Well,
figure
here, now I'll just get to be your hype man. Guys, this is Crash Candy Cosplay, accomplished cosplayer, professional illustrator, maker of all things horrendous and bizarre. She has been a supporter of the stream. She designs dice for Misty Mountain Gaming, coming back to that in a minute. And participates on these streams, is super cool, and is great to play Jackbox with if you weren't here last Friday. I think that's the important stuff. And also, she is conspicuously wearing a snake top today for reasons that will become evident.
Ooh.
You know me.
All right, now we can go down to Ellie.
Hi, I'm Ellie D&D Online. So you can find me on Instagram, TikTok, all the fun stuff. If you see me in person, Ellie's fine. I've learned that Ellie D&D is a little weird out loud. But yeah, I'm just happy to be here. I'm very excited about my new character, and my eyes are blue because she's blue, and that's all you're gonna learn.
Yeah.
Also, one very important thing, if you live in the US, you know what's going on. We've put together a Ko-fi, and we're going to drop it in the chat. And anything that goes into that
Thank you,
for
yes.
donations, I figure, I'm like, you're breaking up. So I was like, I'll grab it.
No, you're good.
Any donations that go to the Ko-fi are going to go directly to Planned Parenthood, to support women and people with uteruses around our nation. So we'll be dropping that in the chat periodically. If you want to donate, that's wonderful. I say we've all worn black in solidarity. So I say we've got a lot of ladies on the stream. We figured that we might as well support some ladies as well.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, it's quite applicable to our party.
Yeah. Got a lot of uteruses.
So much estrogen,
Guys.
you would not believe.
I applied, but my application was rejected, and I don't know if I forgot to
Damn,
sign a
you're
page
expecting to get
or
one in this economy?
You can have mine.
I've got a guy, or I thought I had a guy.
It's okay. I got the fifth lady here.
There you go.
There we go.
Perfect.
Is.
This is for you, ma'am.
To be fully fair, it's not uncommon for rats to have problems.
Also, I'm
with
putting a
females
link in
that
my
have to get
story
everything
as well on
fixed and
Instagram.
taken out.
If
So
you like that.
we'll see if that happens to you if you get sick. Yeah.
No!
All right. Important-ish things, or maybe just things that I'm excited about. we, at the start of this stream, we had an extension on Twitch for D&D Beyond that was supposed to allow everyone to keep up with player character stats, up to the minute updates on what conditions were affecting them, where their health was at, and all of that good jazz. It has not worked a single day. D&D Beyond's Twitch, I mean, the Wizards has bought them. Maybe they'll fix it. But it's not just us. Lots of other streamers are having a problem with this particular thing. So we took that out of the equation, and I made a little thing where below me, occasionally, the stats of our characters are going to show up, along with some logos for stuff associated with the stream. Also,
So sick.
we have made some changes to the ways that you can use channel points. Guidances and inspirations have been bought by the chat for our players throughout our previous campaigns and still going on our ones on Wednesdays. Guidance became slightly more expensive just because they were being bought so often they were really hard to keep track of.
Like 12 of those things last time.
Yeah. I've also limited inspiration to 5 purchases per stream. That is not a per person. That is 5 people get to buy inspiration per stream. I will be giving them out to our players as we go. So you will still have them, but this is going to be somewhat of an unfriendlier campaign. And the potential to fail will potentially go up. I've also reinstated DM's Accomplice from session 1. It can only be purchased once per stream. PC's Accomplice can be purchased from session 1 once per stream. So those things are ways that you can use your channel points or experience down there below the chat. If you're a new follower, you've got some. If you're a new subscriber, you've got some. And if you keep watching, you'll get more. And there are ways to spend those. Also, we have a community goal. Everyone watching this chat and throughout the month can put channel points towards a 50,000 experience fund to introduce new magic items into the campaign.
Ooh.
So maybe something a little more permanent than an inspiration, and something that will be something that people like Tyler, who just bank their channel points, can finally splurge on.
Yeah, if you guys ever, if anybody in our chat who regularly watches, who uses their channel points for other things, says, I really want that. I currently, if I can get myself to log back in, have 30-something thousand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 22.9k right now.
I only
Which-
have 3k, but that's because I kept using it on stupid stuff.
Well,
I don't even know how to
Marketing
check.
I actually have in my
It
little
was
notebook here.
important.
In my little notebook here, I have the first item because I know that Maddie and Tyler have had it banked. So in case y'all blow it out in the first evening, I have the
Those
item.
rules.
Other things to note. Since inspiration was just purchased for me by Banjo Bravo in the chat. Oh wait, PC's Accomplice was just bought twice. That failed. Let me fix that.
Boo!
Oh no.
That is not how that's supposed to work.
I got one! Hell yeah!
Oh, hey. Icy got me
Yeah.
one.
Oh, good old Icy.
Oh, also, thank you, Sheepish Lamb, for a donation already. Hell
What?
yeah!
Yay!
Oh,
Thank
yay.
you so much!
See,
I have
Channer.
31 points. No, 32. I have 32.
Are you kidding
4K.
me? How do you have so many? Oh wait,
I
yeah,
have
you're in
these
multiple
stats.
campaigns.
Yeah, but I also don't use
But
them when I'm a player.
do
That's
it.
why I said if any of our regular viewers want to do that and don't have the points, I'll use mine because otherwise I can't use mine. I'm
No,
not
that
gonna
makes
buy.
sense.
I'm not gonna buy you guys things if I'm
There we
playing
go.
with you. Sorry.
All right, got that
Like-
fixed.
What
I've
do you
done that a
mean
few
you're not
times.
going to?
All right, so check. If
I
you guys
made
have the
you
Twitch stream pulled up, I am.
No.
You're so selfish. You always do this.
Made everybody presents. Ellie will get her soon, and the other two of you will get the other half soon. Okay.
Other half. Jesus Christ. I love
Maddie's
you
the
so
only
much.
one. Maddie's the only one with everything. so-
I know what the other half is. Hee hee.
We
So-
know Maddie has everything.
Everyone in the previous streams was complaining that they had no idea who had inspiration. so they didn't know who to buy it for. So now, at the corner of our little name box down here, if we have inspiration, there will be a D20, the Bardic Twinspiration logo.
Cool.
Oh,
Nice.
wow.
And if anybody has
Sick.
guidance, I'll have a little D4 in the corner of their little panel.
Oh,
And if you spend it, I
That
will
is
mark them off.
adorable.
that is so
Oh my
cute.
gosh.
I think
I
I'm
really
very
like that.
delighted with myself for that change.
It's so fancy.
Also, thank you to Arch Imime, Chroniconomics, Cold Rolled Steel, Tubic, Lone Wolf Bellamy, Soltis, Live Lizard, Boodix, wow, and Bahamut Zero for your follows. And thank you, Elite Chief 52, for subscribing with Prime. Way to play smart, my friend. Thank you guys for all joining the community. We are Misty Mountain Streaming. We love to tell and experience great stories, and our favorite way to do that is with Dungeons and Dragons, and that's what we're doing tonight. Oh, look.
And Crash got a guidance.
Crash got a guidance.
Guidance! Give me the
See.
little tiny boy.
There it
I wanna
is.
see this
let's
happen.
see it. Let's see
I
it.
just
I haven't seen it
show
yet.
Can I just show off a set of dice when we get? to
Yes,
before
you're
we
going to do it, and
go?
I'm going to do it,
So cute.
because we got to
Look
talk
at
about
that
it
little
then.
Catch up so
D4.
Bad. It
Go ahead, Ty.
hasn't got up to me yet. I wanna
So-
say, little D4!
I have to wait for the stream to actually show it to me because we're lagged on my side.
Same, don't worry. It's really cute though. It's so small.
I have a set of dice that I got for myself at the convention this weekend because I worked the convention and saw them and was like, I
Oh,
need those. They're gonna go on the website hopefully soon. If you guys like the hollow metal dice,
The babies.
if you don't know what that means, they are like hollow on the inside and they are metal, which means they jingle. And this particular set was everybody's favorite to the point that we sold out around like 1 o'clock on a Saturday. They
Jeez
have dragons in them.
Oh, that's going to be hard to see, but oh, there it is. I see it on Ty's screen pretty
Look
well.
at him. It's so cool.
And they're also just the perfect size, like for her little hands. Like they have multi-use. Can you please, miss? This is the one time I need you to actually do this.
Oh,
Oh,
She's gonna eat it. Okay, I'm not gonna let her hold
I'm
that.
gonna lose my mind.
So, even if you are a Misty
Also
Mountain
got
Gaming
those.
fan, we typically carry some convention-exclusive dice. So even if you think you know what we've got, you never know what's going to be on our table, like little hollow dice with dragons in them.
Yeah, I didn't know
Yeah.
either.
I would have liked to.
This is where I'd put my metal hollow dragon dice.
If I had
Yeah.
one! We,
I've already got many a dice that are both ours and other people's for Dorian.
Yo,
This is just for him, so.
those are gorgeous.
And they're gonna all have your nasty little fingers all over them. Yes.
Are you talking to Vex or like the rest of us?
I mean, if
My
you, if you
nasty
want,
little
Nasty
hand.
little
Whatever.
finger. My little goblin paws.
Yeah.
To
I'm
the
holding
people.
her tonight because she was throwing a fit that I got home and hadn't really touched her yet, so I have her.
I mean, that's fair.
For the people who have been buying stuff with their experience in the chat, I have updated it. And thank you, Smitey Pop, for the follow. We're going to get to playing some D&D here in just a second. But I wanted to real quick address two very important things that are basically the same important thing. We have, down at the bottom of the screen,
Just got
a
another
subscription
DM
goal.
conflict.
Oh, marking that down. Thank you. Down at the bottom of the screen, we have a subscription goal. This is our highest subscription goal that we have had on the channel without having stretches. And there won't be stretches this month. Because this time, it's a dice giveaway. And it is a nice dice giveaway. It is a dice giveaway for dice that are not available online yet.
They gonna get the dragons.
It's not the
They
dragons.
have any more left?
It is a.
Are
it
they
is
my
a-
sons?
It's your sons.
my sons!
So
Beautiful
Be
boys!
right here.
we
in the
have
bag.
some new dice that were designed by Banjo Bravo. who he sent over to Crash, because Crash is talented in ways that most people aren't, to actually finalize the design. We put that design on glass and several gemstones, and these are going to be them. They have... I'm not even going to show the D20. The D20 is not as cool as some of these others, in my opinion. Which camera is on Twitch? This one?
No, other one.
No, this is the Twitch one.
Got
Yep.
it right for Twitch, yeah.
Whoa,
Come on.
holy
Dude,
cow,
seriously.
20 subs!
Holy crap,
holy
Vile!
cannoli.
There we go.
Thank you!
D8. This is on Blue
Yeah.
Tiger's Eye. It has
Put
little
up a
mountains
Google.
on the D8. As you can see on Tyler's screen, we got fangs on the D4. There are claws on the D10s. And I'm going to show off the D6. I hope I can get it to focus again. She's got blue sandstone. I have Blue Tiger's Eye. And the reason I have Blue Tiger's Eye is because there's a lot of variation in the stone. See if I can get it to focus again. It's blue and black with little hints of gray, but on the other side, look at that. That shit is gold.
They're really beautiful. We got to check them out at Fan Expo Denver, and every single set looks
Aren't
so
these
good.
gorgeous? They are so cool.
So happy
These
about
are my
it.
new dice for the campaign. I'm going to be rolling almost exclusively these, unless I'm playing a particular character, because I do that sometimes. So, oh yeah,
So the D20
snap.
has a wolf's head, and it's very pretty.
The D20 does have a wolf's head. I
love it
I'll be
very
looking for
much.
that. There we go. Thank you so much, Vile. Vile is a friend of my good man, Grimforge. I met Vile. I had dinner with
hello.
Vile.
Nice.
And thank you so much for the 20 subs. Thank you, Sheepy, for the 5. Sheepy is doing a tarot deck for some of us in the chat right now, for designing some for us adventurer
Oh,
types.
yeah, I got a message her
You
later
got a
about that.
message
so
her later.
cool.
If I knew about tarots, I'd also message you, but I'm gonna let somebody who knows about tarots pick them because they look really cool, and I want them to know even more about the value, more than just that they're beautiful art.
I'm in the
Also,
beautiful
don't
art camp.
don't mind that I'm eating fudge off a knife. Looks like a vegetable.
For a moment,
Where
I
we're
thought it
at
was a
on this
piece of
Monday.
liver. Like, it just completely went over my head that it could have been fudge, and I was just kind of like,
I thought it was straight up peanut butter, but I wasn't going to judge. I've seen KJ eat some weird stuff on these streams, okay?
tag yourself. What you thought
That
Ty's
KJ
knife
brought out a-
was.
I'm also...
That knife that KJ brought out a gallon of ice cream.
Yep.
Yeah.
I miss that girl. We're getting her back
She's
at,
always
in this
bringing ice
campaign at some
cream.
point. Wow, the subscriptions are still rolling in from that lump sum. I got my new campaign,
Hey, at least
Scotch,
this
guys.
time they don't hide Maddie. So
That's
it's
true.
Just like,
True.
we
can
can't
still
perceive
see
you for
me.
like the next 10 minutes.
All right. Guys, I've got my new campaign, Scotch. I've treated myself to some Scotch for tonight. I got my new
Need a
campaign,
melon
Nerves. Like, I was telling the girls before the stream started, Session 2 of any campaign, I'm going to be fine. Session 1 of any campaign, I am a bundle of nerves. So that's where we're sitting right now. Let's see. Smitey, if it was going to the girls and their charity, I wouldn't be able to see it. If it's going through on Twitch, it has not. Hopefully you can get that figured out.
I see a little donation thingy on the latest donation thing at the bottom of the stream. Is
Oh,
that
it
what
did!
is?
Hey! Why didn't it pop up in my... Surely I have alerts turned on for that. Thank you! Yeah, it's down down below Naya.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here, I'll intermittently throw up the link for the one in my story as well. So if you're not on Instagram, you can find it here.
There you go. All right. I don't think I have a reason to delay the inevitable any longer. Does anyone think of anything
Bye.
that I have forgotten?
Oh.
No?
I just have to remember my accent.
Buckle up,
Oh.
everybody.
Okay, you have to remember what?
Oh,
Okay.
did we all do accents?
Yeah.
I wonder if
Oh,
there's
this
hope
is
right
gonna
now.
be so good.
Warning now that British is my go-to accent, and I'm doing.
Oh, I
Irish
knew
time,
this
which
was
means
gonna
it
be
might-
a little British punk.
No, it's Irish. I'm just saying it might go British because he's Irish. So
Hey, Europe,
I was about to say, not
Question
even
mark.
the UK, for gosh sakes.
Been to
Yeah.
the UK many a time. Okay, I'd happily live there.
It's everything.
Wow. All right, this stream is off to an awesome start.
Yes.
Let's reward the good people with some Independence Day D&D, shall we?
Let's do it.
Hey.
I've put some work into having multiple different musics for this. So we're going to start
They're cool.
with the basics, if I can. Let's see.
Oh, don't eat. You don't need fudge. You're tiny. It'll be bad for you. Not for you. Yeah.
Dabs
Tell my
just said
boyfriend
in the
talks to me.
chat that there was a guidance for Tyler that got lost in the subs.
Okay, let's go ahead and hit that
Nice.
real quick.
Oh my gosh, look at the little tiny D20s.
Also,
They're so
also,
cute.
comment 0. Judge away. I know. No, my British is okay, but my Irish is gonna have to sink it. So.
Speaking of Irish Mac,
From
one of
the
our
south
community
of
mods,
Italy.
just resubscribed 7 months straight.
Heck yeah. Thank you, dude.
All right, guys. So, music's playing. We're ready to go. So, welcome to Blackreach. Blackreach is not a terribly nice place to live. It's in a corner of the world forgotten by most and intentionally forgotten by the rest. An inhospitable place with a dark past featuring war, necromancy, and atrocities against the races that otherwise civilize the rest of the world. It is hemmed in to the north and the east by treacherous and nigh impassable mountains, to the west and south by a dark and foreboding wood where terrifying creatures, stuff of nightmares, call home. Few that were not born in Blackreach dare to venture there, and those that do are considered dead to the outside world. You never chase anyone into Blackreach. There are very few places in the inhospitable landscape of the Reach that could be called civilized, that could be considered safe. One of those places is the town of Heart's End. Heart's End is a predominantly human civilization, very mistrusting of outsiders, and very unwelcoming of anyone that they do not know. There are exceptions, of course, but the people of Heart's End know to stay within the city walls. Within the city walls are safe. Outside could go one way or the other. Residents of Heart's End have not seen the sun. Some calamity, some sorcery, some wizardry centuries ago blotted out the sky high above the mountains. Sunlight is sparse and has to fight its way through a thick cloud cover. The differences between day and night are nearly insubstantial here. In this town, your family is the only thing you have. That and the friends that you consider close enough to be so. People look out for their own. People rarely look out for the interests of others. And there are two specific classes: the gentry and the common folk. The gentry trace their lineages back to families that have been in Heart's End longer than anyone living can remember, even the very long-lived elves. They were appointed their status by the king, a king who has been silent and never seen as long as anyone can remember. Occasionally, his knights travel down the king's road from the castle barely visible on the mountains to the east, a infrequent reminder that this place at least theoretically, operates on some margin of order. The old gentry are the established families, who look down on what they derisively call the new gentry, up-and-comers with status, with land, with business savvy and coin. Sometimes much more coin than the old gentry. Commoners often keep their heads down and try to avoid the squabbling between the upper crust, just trying to make it another day without offending or attracting the notice, positive or negative, from the people over them. In this place, there are 4 individuals that fate has selected and will play a larger role in Blackreach's future. At this point, all 4 of you are going to roll a d20, and we're going to find out who we start with.
Ooh,
First roll.
Ooh boy.
First rolls.
I've never rolled these
Do
dice
it.
before.
Ooh, I'm doing glitter.
Let's roll to 14 for me.
14.
I rolled an 18.
18
I got a
for Ellen.
17.
Ooh,
4.
It's tight at the top.
I was like, we're going good.
Yep. Single digits club, you know me.
All right, so I heard Ellie, Maddy, Tyler, Crash, right?
Yes.
Who, me?
One time you don't get natural 20, it's
Is
good.
I don't know if I want to start with me.
Oh, well, the fates have decided. There's no hope for you now.
Let's go.
All right. So, through the cloud cover, down through the darkened skies, into the city, and down to a little tavern on the eastern edge of town. We visit Hart's Hearth, a family-run establishment and one of the newer buildings in town. Not all that long ago, this tavern was a smoking pile of cinder and ash, but thanks to the intervention of a generous benefactor, it has been rebuilt and remodeled. Inside, locals, favorites, regulars find a warm space, a cold drink, and a bit of pleasant conversation, thanks to the people who run the joint. Back in the kitchen, a warm woman with blue skin is quietly humming to herself as she crafts confections and dinner time victuals for the patrons. Behind the bar, a somewhat hairy man, even getting grays on his forearms, is pouring drinks. A lackadaisical young man, walking with a little bit of a limp, tries to hide from his father's gaze lest he be asked to do any manner of menial labor. But it is the blue-skinned girl in the barroom that we are particularly interested in. Naya. It's a regular night. The usual suspects have arrived, ordering the usual drinks. You have this shift practically down to a science. All the tables have someone at them, someone that you know, someone whose parents your parents knew, whose kids you know. All the tables but one, the one with the silver placard and the single chair. Your benefactor is absent this evening, along with his constant companion, but if you would please, tell everyone watching and listening in with us who you are, what you look like, and what tonight's shift looks like for you.
So, my name is Naya. I am about 5'7", and I am a blue-skinned Erelais. I have long white hair. It's half tied back. Just keep it out of the way as I'm waiting tables, essentially. And I if you remember like the intro of like Beauty and the Beast where Bella's just not really paying attention but getting stuff done, that's kind of how she does her shifts, because it's just same shit, different day. She wears a like long gray frock, very simple, and like a little bit of a shoulder covering. You know, she'd see her brother walk in and kind of like rustle his hair as he walks by, and like kind of like bump into her dad a little bit to be like, yeah, nice night. And so I'm pretty much like running through tables, refilling drinks. I definitely note that my benefactor isn't here as he normally is, but it's a little bit of just being like, what are we drinking tonight? Okay, yes, right away. And just running back and forth like between all these people trying to make small talk. She's a little nervous tonight. Like you can tell that like something maybe recently happened that kind of shook her up, but like, you know, customer service never ends.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
She probably gets those customer service nightmares that I used to get when I was waiting tables. It's like, I forgot the Thorpe's drink again. There goes my tip.
You can talk to my manager. My father? Yes.
As you are dashing about, you notice another conspicuous absence, as through the door comes an elderly man, and he comes alone. This is Randall Thorpe. Now, Mr. Thorpe, I'm sorry. Beg pardon, this isn't Mr. Randall Thorpe. This is Mr. Theo Daly. Mr. Daly is he runs one of the few inns in Heart's End. Again, Heart's End, a place very distrusting of outsiders. The inn probably sees less business than any other establishment in this town. Yet, as he retired from being a butcher, he wanted to take it easier in life, and this is what he set about to keep himself busy. However, normally, when Mr. Theo comes through the door, he is accompanied by his wife, fortuitously named Ellie, by the way.
I know her.
Aww.
Miss Eleanor Daly is also semi-retired as the town sawbones. And on the rare occasion that Mr. Daly comes in alone, it is because Ellie is busy with a patient oftentimes. But he hangs his coat on a peg by the door and makes his way to his usual spot and gives you a gentle wave to come around when you're able.
I'll say I think I finished filling, you know, whatever drinks I was on my way to do, and you know, walk up and polishing a glass because bartender things.
Yeah.
Like, no Ellie tonight.
No Ellie tonight. Just be me as a new patient fixing up a remedy for them. But I'll drink for two tonight, I think.
Of course. And
Two
same as
house,
always?
2 house ales.
Right away. And so I'll scurry off and grab those and probably like elbow my dad to just be like, hey, your buddy's here. Scurry back. And drop my ales on the table.
Titus, your dad, kind of looks over his shoulder, as I shouldn't do if I'm trying to talk into a microphone. Looks over his shoulder and gives Theo a nod. Says, I see the missus is missing tonight. Everything okay? Anyone we know?
I'm not sure yet. It sounds like she's putting together some new kind of medicine. I don't know about these things.
Fair enough. Wish you hadn't taken to your mother's way of speaking. I can't understand either of you half the time. So
I hope the viewers can. Because boy, is a struggle.
Keep talking forever, Queen.
You're doing great. I just need to justify the fact that I'm not doing that for him.
That's my brother can talk however he wants.
That's fair. Says, things slow down here in a minute. I'll go say hello. And he slides to you 2 ales.
That's all. Kind of look at him and be like, I will get the tea, as they say, and I will run away. And I'll bring the. I'll go bring the drinks over to him.
Theo takes them and thank you.
Oh, of course.
By the way, do you need to come by and see Ellie soon? That's a bit of a shiner you're working on there. I know it's covered up a bit, but you can't fool me. Being married to a doctor, I've seen some things.
You know what? It is no big deal. I tripped. I'm just such a klutz. So I got myself all patched up. If it starts looking funky, it starts getting red, I'll make sure I stop by.
Purple in your case.
That's fair.
You're such a pretty thing. You don't need to. You should take better care of yourself. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, I do my best. I would say I forgot to say she has a very large scar over one of her eyes. Her right eye.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, so I'll kind of I definitely hadn't thought to mention it and was like, oh, people can see this. I promise I'm taking very good care of myself. All things considered.
I know it's been hard, and thank goodness for that Silverman fellow. I would hate to have to drag these old bones all the way to the West End just to have a nip at the end of the day.
Oh, well, you're always welcome here. You know that.
I'm just glad there's still a here to be welcome in. Welcome in. That would have been a much better name for Aryan.
It's already a thing.
It's already what? Where have you? Oh. Anyway. As you were talking, by the way, you know that members of the commoners around here have a affectionate name, or maybe less than affectionate name, for Lord Lowe, calling him Silverman. Thanks to his particularly peculiar way of paying for things. Since you rarely, though not never, cavort with the gentry, you are much more used to hearing him referred to as Silverman. As you are having this conversation with Theo, a hooded figure quickly makes its way into the tavern in the sort of way that it's very difficult to make a stealth check to enter a brightly lit room. You notice Naughty Smoot trying to sneak into the tavern. She is occasionally a help around the tavern. She works a little bit part-time when your brother can't be found, or as your family can spare the money, to do just little menial tasks that can be spared, essentially. And she's very much late today. And her arrival does not escape your notice, as she tries to make her way towards the kitchen, where your mom is, to evade your father's eye.
If you'll excuse me just a moment, I'll be right back, and I'm gonna just leisurely head back to the kitchen.
Okay. Your mother is transfixed by what she is baking. She has taken a recent fascination with apple pies. She cannot cook them well, but she is determined to change that, and is very much enjoying the process of repeated failures. And that she has a full tavern of people to test out her alterations on. And so, Naughty has absolutely evaded her notice, but not yours. In fact, as you open the door, you see her, you nearly run into her as she's putting her coat away and trying to tie on an apron. Naughty is an almost figureless girl, tall but an absolute beanpole. She has one long brown braid going down the middle of her back, and she's a bookish, soft-spoken, meek girl who occasionally has a little bit of fire in her eyes that doesn't escape your notice, not with your enjoyable pastimes. But she is mortified to turn around and be staring squarely into your eyes. Says, "Evening."
Good evening. Is everything all right?
I got a little held up. And she, rather than elaborating, she reaches into her pocket and pulls, because yes, she insists on having pockets in her dress, pulls out a little bit of folded paper, and holds it up between you and her almost as a defense. Says, and she gestures it towards you.
I'll take the paper and read it with my -2 intelligence. I got a 6 on that, baby!
The first thing you notice is it's nice paper. Like, someone paid money for this paper. And yet, the penmanship on it is rough and jagged. But the ink says, "Need to see you tonight." And it is signed with the initials JL.
Oh, well, thank you very much for retrieving that for me. Listen, I understand things happen. I'm late to work occasionally, and I have no excuse. I live here.
Right. Thank you.
As long as you're okay.
Sorry. That Mr. Hawk is scary.
Oh, I know. Listen, if he ever gives you any trouble, you know I'll take care of you.
Thanks, Naya. I'll get to work now.
Okay.
And
So you have a nice evening.
she, as narrow as she is, she slips neatly by you without you having to move an inch into the tap room to begin sweeping up.
So I think did it just say tonight or did it have a time?
It said tonight.
No location.
Well, you know Lord Lowe's house.
Oh.
It is not the first time you've been there, though you've not been very far inside, and it's the first time that he has ever specifically asked to see you.
Mhm. I think I'll run up to my dad actually and be like, you know what, Mom, she's been making her pies again. We're all out of apples.
God.
And so how are we going to make the cider?
I hope enough people order those things so there's not leftovers. You know, if there's too much for them, it goes to us.
Yeah. Well, we cannot make our ciders if we don't have the apples. So I'm just going to run to town. It'll be a 2-second thing. And I'll pick up some more apples. I'll let her know they are 4 ciders when I come back. But I'll be out less than an hour. I promise.
All right. Cinnamon too, if they have any.
Oh, of course, yes. And so I'll hurry out and like if there's some sort of market, I'll pick up like at least a bag of apples and cinnamon if I can find it. On my way to Mr. Lowe's house.
There is a little shop, affectionately termed R&R, which is Riddance and Repairs. The half-orc there is named Barbie. She has kind of a general store.
I love her. I
um,
gotta say nothing else. I love her.
Is it short for Barbara?
it is short for Barbara.
Yes!
Love
Barbara
her.
Millicent Roberts, we stand.
In the interest of time, we will not handle that particular exchange, but she's there if you ever want to visit. And you, with cinnamon and a bag of apples in hand, you march towards Jasper Lowe's estate. With that, we will flip to our next culprit, which actually is kind of a twofer, I think, because as it happens, both Dorian and Nimwyn happen to, at least at the moment, share a residence.
And they were roommates.
Yeah.
God, they were roommates.
So,
Take it as you will.
we're going to handle the next two elements of our little initiative list here as farther up the King's Road, farther into town than Miss Naya is going, is the grandest and largest manor in Heart's End. Dubbed the Chateau by the common folk, the Chatelaines, the oldest of the old gentry, have their residence. Valentine Chatelaine is the Lord Provost of Heart's End, and he and his family are as well-to-do as anyone could hope to be in Blackreach. But we're not going quite to the chateau. Instead, there is a renovated barn towards the edge of the property. A place not comfortable, but livable, where two of our fate-touched heroes call home, at least for the time being. Since Dorian would be responsible for the interior decoration of this space and has been here longer, how has he situated himself?
There's not really much decoration outside of how it originally looked. Really more there's just piles of like flowers and herbs in some corners. There's like a table that's got like weird bits of animal bone that he's just collected that are just sitting somewhere. There's some potions. There's a handful of books that look like they've been open to the same page for about 4 days. And there's also like a bird cage in one corner that he like makeshift kind of threw together from some other items because he couldn't find a real bird cage, which is ironic considering the bird that goes in it is a familiar. It's not a real bird. So
Deserves a home.
there's kind of a weird sweet smell to the entire place. It isn't like the sweet smell of something that might be decaying or dead, but there is kind of a weird, not funeral parlor, but like, gosh, it's like that smell of like the graveyard spray that we were spraying at MegaCon. Like it's a very like kind of florally, musty, rainy kind of smell that really doesn't seem perfectly placed for the area that we're in.
Fair enough. This space is fairly sparsely furnished, as you don't have much of an allowance to speak of with which to furnish it, and the Chatelaines refuse you very little, but offer you next to nothing. They did, when they realized that you had a roommate, as it were, give you a second cot, pillow, and set of blankets. So, Nimwyn is on one of those cots, just waking up. The medicine that you are being administered does knock you out for a bit after it's been administered. And to be honest, you feel a little queasy for the first hour after you wake up. And then you are sprig and spry as a daisy until it has to be administered again. Which you have discovered is more often than maybe you would like. Your ailment is somewhat progressed, shall we say. Dorian is working on transcribing some of the notes that the local Sawbones has given him into a larger tome of his own possession, and you are just rising from your slumber. Let's start with Dorian and hear exactly what you look like to all the world, and then we'll move to Nimwyn.
I'm going to preface this out of character by saying, bear in mind, out of all four of us, the normal-looking one. You. Dorian is an elf. He's pretty standard average height, you know? Like, he's probably between, like, 5'8" and 5'10". Still significantly shorter than Nimwyn, though. Like, he looks very small next to her. He's deathly pale to the point that, like, you can see, like, more so than blushing on his cheeks, more like a blue color. Like, he's super, super pale. He has, like, watery green blue eyes. His hair is in a short, like, silver cut of sorts. Silver in color with, like, a streak of dark black running straight throughout the bangs. It's mostly covered up, but if you were able to see much of the skin peeking out from under his clothes, like down his spine, he does, like, have a tattoo of, like, a spinal cord, and, like, on some of, like, his kneecap also has, like, a very similar, like, bone tattoo and all that kind of stuff on it. But you don't see much of him because all his clothes are ripped and tattered. Like, he wears, like, a cloak thing that hangs down to his ankles that looked like someone just, like, tore the bottom off of it and called it good. His jeans are, like, ripped short at the knees, and he's wearing little witch boots. And probably the weirdest thing about him is he's got human rib cage on. Like, he's wearing a real human rib cage sort of deal with bones hanging around, and he's got a three-eyed raven perched on his shoulder.
So he gets
Commit
like
to the fit.
he gets like back room access at Hot Topic then.
Big
There's
time.
a
When I
reason-
was a
There's a
young
reason
boy.
I'm wearing
My
bone
father.
earrings.
Ooh.
Got your bones
Very nice.
on.
Yeah, my earrings are bones.
Love that.
Very nice. All right. And this figure is casting about the books and the herbs laid out in, I'm assuming, a fairly, to a casual observer, very little organization to them.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, behind Dorian, Nimwyn is beginning to wake. Tell us about Nimwyn, please, Maddy.
So Nimwyn has the stature and sort of body type of a furbolg from her mother's side, but she has more of the coloring and a few things a little bit different from a furbolg that are a little more reminiscent of a satyr. And she has her brown hair pulled into a braid on the side. And she's got these long, almost like doe ears that look very soft. And as she's starting to wake up, she's grabbing some little flowers and arranging them just in front of these little tiny nubs of these almost craggly looking antler tips, I guess you could say. She's just making sure they're kind of tucked away really nicely with the little flowers. And she's wearing kind of a long shirt dress that's cinched in the middle and has all these little hand embroidered stitching decorations, little leaves here and there. And she's got a little tail as well, just a little tuft of a deer tail. And
Adorable.
she's a little groggy, and as she like wipes sleep from her eyes, she turns over to where Dorian is, and she just says, "Dorian, do I really have to keep taking this medicine? It makes me so sleepy."
Nim, I already told you I don't care if you hurt me, but you don't need to hurt other people. Let me help with this. And he's gonna start druid crafting little flowers to start plucking around in places of her hair.
Thank you. I'm so glad I found you.
But you're my only friend, you know that, right?
You're my best friend. Been the best 3 days of my life here.
He's gonna put a hand on the bird's head and just be like, "Don't tell Margie I said this, but like, really, you're my only friend."
I won't tell him. I won't tell him.
Which point the bird definitely does that animal thing where it's just like, with like all 3 eyes, sassing way too hard.
Or like cockatoo, like little neck.
Yeah.
Nimwyn's ears go down a little bit, and she looks at the bird. Like, there's clearly like the bird is above her, and she's just like, I see you, I respect you.
After a moment of a stare off, Morty just flies over to his cage and like puts himself in the corner like that angry kitten.
Oh yeah,
Don't talk
me.
Like, I'm angry.
I'm angry.
Hopefully in the future we can find a little more permanent this.
Really hope so. I want to help if I can, and if I'm sleeping all the time, I can't help you as much.
I know I've asked Eleanor a couple of times now, but maybe we need to go see her again. Maybe she knows something more?
Maybe she has some alternative or something else I could try.
Always worth a shot. No. Because, I mean, it feels really weird always just... Here's your medicine, it's a poison! Like, it feels really weird. It feels really weird.
It is kind of a contradiction, I suppose.
A little bit. Just tiny bit. Ah.
You know, Dorian, if you would like to see Eleanor Daly tonight, she'll be probably locking up the inn pretty shortly to be heading to that bar off on the east end of town with her husband about this hour. If you hurry, you might be able to catch her before she leaves.
You say we pause on the medicine for right now and see if we can find her.
I haven't seen all of the town.
Just don't heal anything on the way there.
Okay, and she looks at her hands for a second, and then she shoves them in her pockets. I'll stay like this the whole time.
But and here is, and he's gonna like dig through a pile of clothes that are definitely not organized, like they're folded at least, but they're just like set on like a dresser or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just, there's a pair of gloves, and they're like once were like normal gloves. Now there's like a chunk missing out of both of them that are clearly not going to cover her hands. But he's like, if you need to touch things, they're just here. They are. Here they are.
She puts them on, and it's such a huge difference between her like kind of folksy, nature-esque outfit and these dark gloves. But she's very happy about them.
Love that for her.
Really?
Master has given Dobby clothes.
I don't think anybody can see this, but this has been dripping water on her, so she's licking the water off of it like a little gremlin.
Juice, baby.
It is always a little chilly in Heart's End. And honestly, the fact that you're in a barn doesn't do much to change that. So there's very little change in apparel as you progress from inside to outside, as most people in this town would probably experience. You walk out into the streets. Daytime and nighttime, the lamps here are lit, making visibility a little more clear, since, again, sunlight is pretty hard to find in this town and in this part of the world. Very few people are on the streets at this hour. It's growing quite late. Either they're spending time with their families, they're showering and bathing the work of the day away, or they're visiting their favorite tap rooms. So it is something of a lonely walk in the lamplit streets, making your way towards the daily repose the only inn in town. As you make your way towards it, the two-story facade has all of the windows darkened, but the curtains open, presenting as welcoming a face as it can manage when nobody's home. As you approach, coming out the front door, a little bit earlier in the evening than we saw him before, is one Theo Daly, an elderly man wearing a green cloak with one arm crooked for the withering hand of his wife to take as they begin their evening stroll towards their favorite bar. However, seeing the two of you coming, Theo raises a hand in greetings. Hello. Master Dorian and Miss, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name.
Nimwyn.
Nimwyn, that's right. Hello, were you hoping to go inside? You know the cot isn't terribly comfortable up at the chateau. We do have warm rooms if you need them.
Thank you. I'm used to sleeping on the ground, actually, so the cot is quite lovely.
We could change that for you. You realize you don't have to sleep on the ground now you're here.
Oh, but it's really not a big problem. I'm actually quite comfortable, just fully flat.
Miss Ellie pats his arm and gives him a gentle push in the back and says, "Oh, Theo, don't waste the young one's time. You go on ahead of me. I'll catch up. I'm sure they're here for me, not for you. Mr. Dorian, come on inside. It's warmer inside. If not for the sake of hospitality, then for my own, I'd rather speak somewhere warm." And she fishes a key out of her belt, unlocks the door, and bidding you good night, Theo leaves westward down the road as Ellie invites you in. Inside is you are quickly met by a little front desk for the inn. A long hallway proceeds in front of you with doors on the left and right, and a stairwell shortly into it leads to a second floor of entirely empty rooms. Going back behind her desk, however, as though she is more comfortable there, Ellie asks, "So, what seems to be the problem? It is working, right? The herbs and the tinctures I gave you?"
Yeah, it's working. It's just it's not really a long-term solution, you know? For sleepy all the time.
I'm sorry, but whatever's ailing you, dear, has nothing to do with you. You're physically very healthy. You're a sprightly young thing. You thoroughly passed my examinations. It's only your own account and what Mr. Dorian tells me that leads me to believe that there's anything wrong with you at all. But if there's... I'm afraid I'm not going to be of much use in this matter. Whatever ails you, dear, no doctor's going to be able to fix it. At least no doctor I know. That said, maybe just something a little stronger, eh? Maybe that would help control things?
But make him more tired, though.
Oh, what I get. Yes, well, there's a bit of a sedative in what I gave you before, but not this. Shouldn't be any lingering side effects of that kind. I've got just the thing. And she turns to start fishing about. You see kind of several cubbies, as though keys or personal belongings, or maybe even correspondence, might be placed in there for different tenants of the inn. as there are none, it has been used to store different doctor's tools and bandages and surgical equipment and the like. And she begins rooting around in some of these small cabinets. Thank you, Javar of Celestia, for the 5 community subs, by the way. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's very generous of you. We're getting closer to giving away some dice, and it's the second stream of the month.
Yay!
Love to see it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and new first-time chatter, Gara Aurelios, says thank you, Javar, for the gift sub. Yes, indeed, thank you. And
Yay.
while I've stopped, also welcome Crimson Rockstar Gamer Geek and Gara Aurelios. Welcome all of you guys.
For Irish, you say hello because Irish likes you.
And Irish is the only one for sure. Nobody else. By the way, it's worth noting also, Icy gave Dorian inspiration a good bit ago. I've marked it on the stream. I think that's all but one now. We'll have it by the end.
You stop biting my fingernail? That's rude.
So, Ellie begins to get a little frantic as we go into the second minute of her looking through these different cubbies. And then she turns to you both with an apologetic look on her face, says, I seem to be fresh out of Larapoe's tears. That's a problem. I don't know. Now that Randall's gone, I don't know how we're going to get more.
Randall knows the tears, or did he go get them? So if it's a matter of going to get them,
I forget you
could always
haven't.
try.
I forget you haven't been here long. Randall Thorpe was an adventurer back in his day. He was one of the few people here that didn't mind going outside the walls. And it's outside of the walls that Larapoe's cup grows, and Larapoe's tears are taken from Larapoe's cup. You see, it's not a terribly creative name, but anyway, it's outside the walls, dear. There's nothing to be done. I'm sorry.
If the walls before, I could try and go find it.
I can go with her. I've learned a new trick recently.
A bit of recognition dawns on Eleanor's face, and she says, oh, that's right, you're not from here. Well, I mean, if you survived the job, but I'd hate for a sick girl and one of the more brilliant young doctors that we've had come into here, that the next generation, for Heart's End, to risk themselves going out to the barrow.
If it makes you feel any better, it can just be 2 of us. Can't really explain it. I've got a friend.
Look, I've met
You know
Morty, and
the-
he seems very nice, but he's not much of a third.
It's not. Nim knows Echo.
Eh,
You have him at Echo.
He's very private.
I named him. Yeah, he's very private. I named him.
You're a
It's confusing.
strange
It's confusing.
young man. But if
I'm
you
aware.
if you're feeling confident, I think that Larapoe's tears would be a better stopgap measure, something to help you manage it better. It's a bit stronger, you see. I can tell you how to harvest it. I can tell you where Randall used to get it for us. But beyond that, I've never. And she's like, her eyes go a little bit wide, and I've never gone myself. Nor would I ever.
We don't really plan for you to go out yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're young, we're stupid, we can do it.
Let us go. Let us go.
Yeah.
She kind of pets her wrinkled face, like as though soothing herself for a moment, then relents and begins to tell you both in detail how you would go about harvesting Larapo's tears, and shows you in a book what the flower ought to look like, and make sure that you have equipment that might help you. She's giving you what is tantamount to a poisoner's kit on loan.
Much as like she's right, like telling us all the things and stuff like that. Dorian pulls out that little black book and like is doing that thing like without a table, so he's going like
She says,
like for
we're,
him,
we're, we're right in front of a desk. You can put the book down.
Fine, it's fine. I got it. It's fine. It's fine.
And Nimwyn's looking over his shoulder, and she's just like, yeah. Oh, that's really good. Yeah.
So I know some of these words.
Yeah.
So.
I don't even remember what my intelligence is, but I know it's better than yours, Ellie.
Oh yeah.
I was about to say, hey,
Yeah,
which
most
Ellie are you
definitely.
talking about here?
I keep getting very confused. Thus the low intelligence.
I'll start using Eleanor, and maybe that will help. But
You can, like, huh?
we will leave the two of you here as you are taking down these particular notes. Getting as best of directions from Eleanor as she can manage to give you.
I'm gonna end up with a map that literally looks like this. Like it's gonna be like a. That's gonna be
Yeah.
the whole
Yeah.
map.
Pretty much. So we're going to head south now, towards south of the King's Road, down almost to the edge of Heart's End, near the wall, where there's a little bit more land to spare. Places where people can herd livestock or grow vegetables, fruits, produce of different kinds. Here, we arrive at a small and very humble farmstead. Inside of the house, a middle-aged man busies himself dusting and homemaking as a pot of stew pleasantly simmers and sings over the hearth fire. Outside, a sturdier man is being assisted by the young woman he considers his daughter out in the fields. Out here, with the corn and the carrots, the cabbages, and some russet apples that can be sold over to Barbie at R&R. This is where Elijah feels the most at home. Leaving less dirty tasks to Astreus inside. And this is his particular favorite spot to bond with Sabbast. And it's a good thing, too. It is hard to grow produce in Heart's End. Blackreach soil is hard and gray, dry and unforgiving. Unless someone you know has a green thumb, scaly though it may be. Sabbast, as you and your dad are working, who are you? What do you look like? And how are you busying yourself as the day comes to a close?
Well, Sabbast looks to be a grown but still young woman who's about average height, 5'7", 5'6", but extremely lean and has a literally olive toned skin, and a bit of a flatter, elongated face, freckled with little pink scales leading to an almost plated pink chest, and yellow eyes with slitted irises. She has dark hair braided back into 3 little buns that eventually end in a deep pink, and there's a little white and pink flower on the middle one, kind of on the side. And she's wearing kind of aged greens and oranges and pinks, and she carries a small staff with some tattered pink fabric on the top. Just simple wood.
It is nearing harvest time for the two of you. Most of the weeding has been done, and you are, for the time being, walking around with Elijah. For the most part, shaking a branch or two, gently squeezing a fruit or vegetable, assessing its ripeness. Elijah is feeling nostalgic today, and seems to often do so this time of year, you note. So he shoves a hand into the back of his belt and arches his back, and you hear an audible pop. It says, I wish you could have seen it. Dame Hythe, this time of year, is a beautiful place. Pennants and the banners were out. The convoys would be coming in from every corner of the known world. The streets, sunlit, packed to the brim with every kind of creature the gods created. And here, well, I just... And he puts his arm on your near shoulder and says, I know you don't know different, but your dad and I, if we could have picked a different life for you, this wouldn't have been it, you know?
She'll take his hand and kind of pat it, and then almost shove it off and say, you know, you forgot the part about the ships that...
Oh, right.
All the colors and the
So many colors.
people in the streets.
It's
nights.
like women at a ball, right? It was unfashionable for anyone to have the same color sail, so they'd come in with every shade you could imagine, and some that defied imagination. And those,
Here
let
we
me
go.
tell you, it's the elven ships from down south of Aldrenger. Now them, God, the mastheads on those things. I couldn't
I know,
even
the
guess.
masonry and all that.
I couldn't even guess the kind of creatures that they modeled those sons of bitches after. They were so just out there. Tyler's dying a little bit.
I'm laughing at the accent, but then also nobody saw it because she was just slightly out of reach. But Vex just stood up and yawned, and I watched her like go and like fall down.
Me too, dog.
Okay, Miss
And
Fussy.
also the accent is getting me. So
Oh, thanks. We're down under.
All right, Scaly Britches. So, if you remember this story so well, what did your dad and I used to do back in Dame Hythe?
Think you all used to blow those glass bulbs, didn't you?
That's right,
Worked
we
at
did.
the docks. That's why you love the ship so much and the masonry and all that.
Best damn glassblowers Dame Hythe had ever seen. Didn't get a lot of respect up there for it, though. The guilds up there, they didn't like the competition. And you know Erelais, he ain't gonna fold just because there's pressure. Too proud. Far too proud. God knows he's proud.
Too picky.
That too. Yet he settled for me. You happy, kid?
Of course I am. What you mean?
I know.
All in your feelings today.
I miss it sometimes. It eats me up a little bit that you just don't know what you're missing. Now you don't tell your dad I'm telling you this, because he will tan my hide. But he wants to make sure you're safe. And I can appreciate that. But you're getting to be an age that you can make your own decisions. Lord knows he and I did. I don't want you to be safe forever. I want you to be careful forever. You know what I'm trying to say?
I mean, yeah, but I've already made my decisions, haven't I? I feel fine here. I mean, I can't really miss what I don't know. I'm glad that you have such strong connections to it, but I mean, I'm not sad.
I know what I'm saying.
You know, you're a
Sorry.
good dad, right? It's not your fault. This is a good place we've got. Feel worse for you guys.
Uh-oh. Erelais loves it. And you do not tell him we're having this talk. But
Wow.
never mind. Hey, he reaches down and he pulls a couple carrots out of the ground and knocks the dirt off of them with his hand. I'll bet these would go fine in that stew he's making. Why don't you run them along inside? I'll be here in a bit.
All right. You good?
Yeah, I'm
Like
good.
you promise.
I'm good. Ain't gonna do nothing stupid or anything. Just
I know that. I mean, just are you good?
kid, as long as you're around, I'm good as I can be.
Then stop trying to get rid of me. She'll turn around and go start running the carrots into the inside of the house.
The smell hits you before you reach the house. Erelais is, and isn't, many things. But a good cook, of a few things, he is. And he has meticulously perfected his vegetable stew over the course of your life, to the point that it is rare that he makes anything different just so that he can continue to play to his strengths. But you hear conversation as you approach the house. Last you checked, you didn't have guests, and you certainly weren't expecting any. The only people who ever come around are Naughty and Rupee, and they don't usually head inside. They're more likely to whisk you off somewhere else in town. And that is certainly neither of their voices. Do you go in, or do you stay outside and listen?
Go in.
All right. As you open up the door, inside is Erelais, your other father, neatly dressed in fairly drab clothes. A single concession to finery from long before you were born is a purple silk kerchief that was far purpler when you were far younger. Erelais is holding in his hands a large piece of parchment, and standing in front of him is a member of the town guard, one of the constable's men, who's in the midst of saying to Erelais, "Sir, I do not know the particulars of the matter. It is simply my job to deliver the letter." And to which Erelais says, But I don't understand. I wasn't expecting to have a bag of coin set upon my table, and to be told that our home is under new ownership now. That is the last thing that I was expecting. I'm baking stew. We're going to have family dinner in a minute. This is incredibly unorthodox. Do you expect me to just accept it without question? And then he turns to you and takes note of your entry. And noting the carrots in your hand, just kind of waves towards the cutting board on the table. Says, "Did you know anything about this?"
Something about the house?
"Yes."
And I'll start keeping an eye on the constable as I'm putting the carrots over and just kind of narrowing my eyes a little bit.
You know the constable well. This is not Raphael. This is just one of his men. Just a rank and file of the constabulary, who returns your gaze and then kind of does a double take, noting how different your eyes were than he was expecting. But Erelais continues, says, You know that we don't own the house, right? I mean, we've never owned the house. Only the gentry own land in Heartend. It's always been that way, and that's never been a problem. But apparently, the Bastilles have sold our lease, this land, the house, the everything, to that low fellow.
I'm sorry. She'll kind of cross her arms and look at the man. You thought that now would be a good time to tell us. This can't be legal.
Adam, it is my job to deliver an information like this when it comes up. Believe me, I am just the messenger.
Yeah, it's my job to keep this farm running.
You will still be able to keep this farm running.
We're just going to uproot agriculture?
I believe you'll find in the terms of the deed that you are almost unaffected by this change, except that your pockets will be somewhat heavier. You will continue to make payments as you have done. You will continue to work the land as you have done. But a portion of your produce and the profits from the land will simply be going into a different set of pockets.
To Australia.
Erelais kind of looks down, and you see for the first time that there is a sack on the table, larger than your average coin purse, that is just sitting there rather lumpily. Erelais reaches over and shakes it, and you hear the jingling of metal coins. Says, and this, I don't know what this means. Look, if property has changed hands, and if we're going to be continuing to pay the man, why is he paying us?
Confused. So, we're not moving, are we?
No, I mean, looks at the paper again. No, we're not. I don't think.
Let me see. Take the paper.
It is written in a very fine hand. So fine and narrow a cursive script that only the gentry use, that it's almost impossible to read, but not impossible. You pore over it for a moment, and indeed, it seems to be notifying you that instead of paying the Bastilles, one of the other gentried families in the city, that you will now be under the protection and providence of one Jasper Lowe. And that, it says to smooth this transition, there is a sum of money that is listed as being 75 silver pieces. You imagine that's what's in the table, or in the bag on the table. And as you continue to read, perhaps farther down than Erelais had managed, you see a terribly jagged signature for the name Jasper Lowe. And then a postscript saying, at your earliest convenience, upon receipt of this notification, I should very much like to meet with your daughter, Sabbast, about a business opportunity I have in mind.
Could you read this part at the bottom?
I would admit I had a little bit of difficulty reading beyond the 75 silver pieces.
No, I did too, but apparently this Jasper guy wants to see me. Says he has some kind of business opportunity.
Erelais looks very guarded for a
You
moment.
and Elijah didn't set this up, did you?
I promise I
You
didn't.
just had a talk with me outside.
And look, listen.
I swear if both of you were trying to get me out of the house.
You are worth so much more to anyone than 75 silver pieces. If he is getting any ideas about you, then we will set him straight. Your father and I will march right up to his front door and tell him that you are not to be bargained over like that.
Do it myself.
The fellow says, that would likely be in your best interest, madam. I haven't had many dealings with Lord Lowe myself, but my understanding is that he is a unpleasant and dangerous man to disappoint. He's not like the nobles we're used to.
When should I go?
Well, if you'd like, I can walk you there myself. It's on the way back to the chateau. Need to let Constable Raphael know that the job's done. Gave it to me himself, he did.
No, I guess that means you're either staying outside or staying for dinner. So I'm not going until we're done here.
I would, I'll take you up on that dinner since you offered. Smells right nice.
Right.
Elijah and Erelais, once Elijah has returned in from the field, have a quick and private discussion off in a corner about the letter, the bag, about you. And though the stew is very heartwarming and belly-warming, it is a cold and quiet dinner across from the member of the constabulary there.
Oh yeah, I'll keep staring at him the entire time.
He is very uncomfortable.
Good.
It's how your eyes blink sideways like that. That's peculiar.
Yeah.
That's sorry.
You're balding faster than someone your age. That's pretty odd too.
He had taken his helmet off for dinner and he puts it back on sheepishly. And as soon as he finishes his stew, he excuses himself to wait outside. As you prepare to join him and head for Jasper's estate, Astreus and Elijah have very different feelings on you leaving. Astreus fears that you have been purchased, and that this is going to be the sort of evening for you that he hoped would never come. Whereas,
He's helicopter dad, isn't he?
yeah.
He's the prom dad.
Whereas Elijah, on the other
Like
hand,
toddlers and
is
tiaras, Dad.
Elijah is somewhat surprised but pleased that any member of the gentry has taken note of you, much less asked for you by name. He is the last one to give you a firm, large-handed pat on the back as you head down the stairs of your front porch to walk towards Jasper's estate. The young guardsman leads you through the lamplit streets and up towards a large 3-story home. As you go, when you are at the open gates to the property, you are being swiftly approached by a woman carrying a lumpy bag full of apples and a small pouch of cinnamon, who is walking hurriedly in the same direction as you.
Do I recognize her?
You have seen her before. I will leave it to you as to the level to which your relationship has gone, but unlike Elijah, Astreus is fond of a drink now and again. And one of the few places that he can get it in any sort of comfort is this little tavern on the East End called Hart's Hearth. And it's kind of hard to miss the blue-skinned serving girl at that tavern. And it's similarly difficult, Naya, to miss the snaked skin girl from the south side when she and her dad have visited your establishment before.
I'm just like running in.
Yep.
I get you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think it's just kind of the like awkward like I go left, she goes left.
Yeah.
This kind of deal. Are you here for Mr. Lowe?
Yeah. You?
Yeah. That's interesting. I've seen you around. Your hair looks. I've never seen it with flowers. It's very nice.
It's not a flower. But thank you.
Oh.
You'll see a tiny little insect leg come around. And it's a little orchid mantis that's got like the flared out pink and white legs that kind of just slowly crawls up instead of the middle bun to the top and then settles down again into its little bloom. She's just like, yeah.
I've never seen that before. Okay.
Well, I don't get to pull that trick with many people, so thanks.
That's fair. Do you know what Mr. Lowe wanted with you?
Oh, no. Not at all. He just said, business opportunity?
Got you.
I don't know. What did he say to you?
Just come. Just show. So I did.
Just show up.
Yeah, my family kind of owes him like a lot of money, so
Oh,
I felt it was best not to question it.
yeah. Sorry.
Oh,
That sucks.
it's okay. Do you remember the tavern? It burned down. It in like a week. It was back.
Yeah.
He He helped us.
Heart's End? That it?
Yeah, Heart's Hearth.
Heart's Heart,
But
that's it.
yeah, but he paid to redo it, and we did not ask. He just showed up one night. And now we owe him quite a bit of money, but we still have the tavern, so like give and take. Dude,
That's
should
weird.
we?
I mean, he paid us too.
That's
For really nothing at all. So,
it was.
Alright.
I'd never seen him before. He just showed up. My house was on fire, and he's like, "You want some money?" And I'm like, "I guess."
you know, I've never seen the guy either.
Something about that accent. Saying, "You want some money?"
Oh no! That's making me think of the clip I showed you, Ellie. The,
Oh,
you don't
gosh.
steal from Two Toes Johnny!
That's Johnny.
As the two of you are talking,
That's
by the
so
way,
good.
thank you, Ty, for the 5 community subs.
Oh, yeah, that was
If
so
you just
cute.
got a subscription, thank you to Ty for being so generous. 5 more close towards giving away
Nice.
killer set of dice that aren't out there on the market
subs
right
for the
now.
Mantis.
Subs for Mantis.
Subs for the Mantis.
I'll give everybody a sub goal now. If we can get past it when you're getting giveaway dice, I'll make you a custom mimic if you want it. So that you can get some fancy for your dice.
There we go.
'Cause
Damn,
I want us
okay.
to hit our goal so someone wins some
Okay.
dice.
So, like, same winner gets both?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. That's a
I mean,
good
unless we
thing.
want to do
Also-
2 winners, but then we got to let them pick them, and that might be a problem.
Ah, 1 winner sounds good. It'll be a hell of a victory then. Damn.
Yeah.
Nice. Sheepish
just
lamb is
Also,
surprised.
Naya was this close to being Australian, and like at the
No
last
way!
minute, I was like,
That
I
was
was gonna go Australian.
ruled.
Listen, I'm telling
then
you
I'm like-
now.
I was
no
just
one
like,
went
I
for
don't
the
know if I
British.
can convincingly do it.
I don't know. I kind of love this, like just a weird mix of
Just a
accents.
weird
of like,
International. It's across the globe.
So I love that my
Yeah.
family has 3 totally different accents.
Oh,
that
yeah.
just all ended up together.
I
It's
just
like
love
my
you got,
parents and all of my siblings. We just all speak differently.
got Irish, Australian, Hermione Granger, and Russian.
Yeah.
Leviosa.
Because
Exactly.
Hermione Granger
I've
is
been
an
waiting.
accent.
And you've
I
got
really do just sound like
So,
if you mixed Queenie Goldstein and Hermione Granger, you get Nimwyn.
Oh boy. Well, as Sabbast and Naya are talking to one another, your feet kind of casually have carried you closer and closer to the door of the manor. Which, as you are kind of speaking on its doorstep, the door swings open. Inside, you see a lush red carpet leading through a short foyer and hallway. And you see, while very little of the interior of this place is lit, at the end of the hallway, you see warm firelight. Standing before you is easily one of the largest men that either of you can remember seeing. Sure, there are some of the Goliaths, some of the giant kin that are taller, but as humans go, this one pushes the limit. He is very broad-shouldered, barrel-chested, standing in half-plate armor with an enormous greatsword slung across his back. And he is carrying a 4-pronged candelabra with fairly new candles lit on each prong. The man has 3 scratches going down the left side of his face, and long, unkempt hair falling past his shoulders. It's just starting to gray. Naya, you've seen this man on occasion. Silverman goes nowhere without Mr. Hawk. Mr. Hawk is his bodyguard, his personal attaché, and you've never seen him draw that sword, but he carries himself in a way that makes you think that he knows how to use it, and has before, quite often. Now, however, his hand is simply full of a small source of light that he stares far down, almost like Lurch from the Addams Family, down towards the two of you, and says in a gruff and almost cracking voice from its infrequent use. Good evening. You are expected. Please, join him in the parlor. He takes a long step back, bows very shallowly, and gestures down the red carpet towards the firelight.
As we walked in and like Naya saw him, she definitely did like a little like curtsy kind of deal. And it's just like, I guess okay, like let's see what's going on.
Yeah, Sabbast definitely gives you kind of one of those 1-2 like.
I love that Sabbast is Mora.
Yeah, kinda. Just go from
like,
Italy to like Melbourne, and then you've got it.
Naya, you've been inside the gentried homes before. Your mother used to work at the chateau for the Lord Provost and his lady. You were allowed in while she worked as a child, before that arrangement fell short. So, being in lush surroundings and seeing paintings the size of yourself, or larger, or a suit of full plate armor not being worn but used as mere decoration, is not entirely odd to you. For Sabbast, this is easily the nicest place that you have been, to the point that it almost seems wasteful by comparison to what you are used to. However, you are escorted by candlelight down the long red carpet and into a lushly appointed parlor. Cushioned seats, several sets of furniture, arranged around multiple tables, with several isolated seating spots where private conversations could be held, apart from any other potential guests, none of whom are present. A large taxidermed bear with feathers coming around its shoulders and a strange round face with a beak stands in a corner, claws outstretched in an aggressive stance.
Love that guy.
They're my favorite.
Love these fuzzy friends.
There are heads of
It's a
other
baby!
creatures mounted on the walls, some that are familiar to you, some that are certainly not. You shudder to think what sort of creature that fairly avian head with teeth coming inside of the beak and large antlers might have been attached to. Nevertheless, other than its dead and stuffed and decapitated inhabitants, there's only a single other person in the room. This man is dressed like a noble, almost as though he is in the costume of a noble. But the man within it does not match the clothes. As the clothes are new and spotless, a dark shoulder cape with a large gold fastening clips it to a high doubled collar, which is being worn loosely and unbuttoned to expose a somewhat scarred and weathered chest. There are crow's feet, and one of the few residents of Blackreach that has a tan, as though his skin had at one point been sun-kissed. The back of his head is dented, scraped. His nose looks like it had been broken several times. Very much would not be in fitting with the rest of the nobility here. This is the fellow known as Silverman. This is the newly arrived to Heart's End, Lord Jasper Lowe. Actually have a little bit of art to show people for him.
What?
Ooh.
There he is.
Also, thank you, Grim, for the subs.
Hey,
Oh,
Payton!
thank
Thank
you.
you, my dude. Appreciate the generosity. We're climbing the sub tier towards some free dice this time. If you missed the start of the stream,
Yeah.
Oh, look at that guy.
Oh,
He's seen some shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know this
my.
man.
he is pretty messed up.
Hello.
He is sitting with about the back third of a cigar in his hand, and he is deftly twirling between two fingers, just letting it dance in circles across the top of his knuckles, with a practiced deftness that seems odd and somewhat unbecoming of a nobleman. In his other hand is a entire bottle of some kind of wine that seems to be all but extinguished. As you enter, and Mr. Hawk clears his throat from the doorway as your footsteps on the lush carpet made next to no sound, he springs to his feet, spreads his arms wide, and a crooked smile, thanks to a scar going through the left side of his lip, splits his stubble in two, says, "My guests, welcome to my home. So good to have you both here. I have been waiting for you. Yes, I have. Let's see. Naya, so sorry that I could not keep my regular visit to you and the rest of the family. How is Titus this evening?"
Oh, he's doing just fine. Business is good. I'll say when he stood, I definitely did like a deep curtsy. It's the place is great. I got apples. We're making a lot of pies and like probably cider. I'm rambling. How's your night going?
I've had better, and we will come to that. And it will be marginally improved if you tell me that you did not bring any of your mother's pies with you.
I did not.
Good. Those apples will be much better suited in your father's hands for cider. And you may tell him I said so.
He will be so pleased to know you like his cider.
And Sabbast, this is our first time meeting. I am Jasper Lowe, and he bows deeply at the waist, deeper than you have seen any gentried man bow.
I'll bow back.
I understand this is probably a bit more of a surprise for you than it is for Naya. I hope you weren't too startled or alarmed at the sudden nature of my transaction. However, I wanted a reason to be able to speak with you. And I thought that this might be a wonderful way to perhaps ingratiate myself to you and your wonderful family.
Sure. I mean, can I ask, sir, why? I mean, I'm flattered, but it is a bit confusing.
He takes a sip of the wine straight from the neck of the bottle. Says, "Confusing. Yes, I imagine it must be. Allow me to explain. I'm sure you are familiar, at least by reputation, with my man, Mr. Hawk. Mr. Hawk was once a decorated mercenary up in Stone's Throw, a peerless individual with a sword, a nigh unkillable, so was his reputation, and so how he garnered my attention. When I came into my fortune, I elected that I should have nothing but the best in terms of a private security detail, though I'm not much of one to be constantly pestered by scores of people that I don't know whether I can trust. But I can trust Mr. Hawk with my life, and he has proven it only yesterday evening, as I'm afraid an attempt to murder me was made. A failed attempt, I'm delighted to say, but an attempt nonetheless. Here in my own home, as a matter of fact. Now, Mr. Hawk managed to defend me and himself and run the villain off. However, in case he were not working alone and were simply a diversion, my man did not give chase. Rather, when he fled the house, Mr. Hawk remains with me, as Mr. Hawk will always remain with me. But I should like it very much if we were able to find this man and ensure that he will no longer be a problem for me, as I rather like living. Intend to do it for as long as I possibly can. We have an idea of where the man may have come from and where the man may have retreated to, wounded as he is. And, well, it will likely not surprise Miss Naya that I have become aware of her capabilities, her perhaps proclivities in realms more pugilistic, shall we say. Also, Sabbast, you are in a unique situation that you are something of an anomaly. Something different, something frightening, something delightfully exotic. And I hope and imagine that with your unique physique comes something that shall assist us in this endeavor. You are hardly the first of your kind that I have met, though it has been quite some time, and the last one that I knew seemed quite capable. And so, I thought, wouldn't it be splendid if the two of you would cooperate and find this villain and put a stop to it, so that it doesn't happen again. In return, I do plan to compensate you. Furthermore, the payment that your family typically makes to me, Miss Naya, will be waived for the coming month. As well as, shall we say, a stipend of 200 silver pieces for the family. An advance was given to your family, shall we say, Miss Sabbast, of 75 silver. The remaining 125 could be bestowed upon you when, bless you, when the deed is...
Find the window.
I see.
When the deed is done, and we can also forget about your delivery of produce to us this month and your month's rent on your new lease.
Naya is like visibly wringing her hands when he starts bringing up like her abilities and stuff. And like as he finishes talking, well, so the thing is, I can do like a little bit of magic. I think things are happening I cannot explain, but more than anything, I just kind of feel like I'm not right in the head. Like I don't know how to direct it, kind of. Like I don't know if I'm the best. I mean, your offer is more than generous. It's more than I would deserve for this, but I don't know that I have the control over this to be helpful in this.
Aya, dearest, bluest of girls, you are talented in many ways. If you are capable of magic, that is news to me, and that is wonderful news to me.
I thought that's what he said he knew. My bad.
No, I am endeavoring to be discreet, as we are in mixed company, but I have wandered the cornfields on the north side at night. It's
I didn't do
enlightening.
that to him.
Yeah, and perhaps this is why the blacksmith's boy has been missing today. I do try and stay informed. But none of that is my concern. If you are simply more dangerous than I had anticipated, then it is good that we are in business together and that I can direct you at things that I would rather be brought pain. Besides, do I look like I'm quite right in the head? And he runs a hand over a deep scar on the back of his shaved skull.
Her hand kind of goes to the scar on her eye. I don't think scars make you unstable, for what it's worth. I hope not.
Yes, no. Simply referring to multiple contusions. And as for you, Sabbast, your capabilities I am much less certain of. However, I think you show great promise, and will be delighted to count you as a trusted ally in the near future, if your talents can be so bought.
Sorry, I'm just... I mean, sure. I mean, we just need to catch one person?
We only saw one. And to be fair, catching is up to you. That sounds like it complicates matters somewhat. Any way that you choose to make sure that I don't have to worry about this particular situation again, I will be delighted to hear. Riffraff like that will not be missed.
Look, if we end up...
We're gonna go to another direction. I'm like, I gotta get this home. My dad's expecting me in like 20 minutes. And then we pass curfew.
Okay, you talking about having us kill somebody?
I'm not insisting that you kill anyone. But if you did, I don't think I'd mind it. After all, this person would have been a murderer last night, had Mr. Hawk not been around, and I dare say they've probably been a murderer in the past, with how skilled they seemed at it. So, it's not the sort of person I would lose any sleep over, and I would recommend they not be the sort that you would either. They were wearing this red jerkin, somewhat torn and stained. They ran off and, quite frankly, scaled the wall on the north side. I believe there's some sort of mass grave, some burial site that the people here are superstitious of. I would think that there would be ample places to hide that way, and it provides a fairly proximate vantage from which to repeat the attempt on my life, since they failed yesterday. It's possible that you will find nothing. I will pay you simply for making the venture, and I will pay you in full should you solve this problem for me.
I have a quick question.
Yes, I love questions.
If we kill this person who was going to be a murderer, we will have done a kill. So does that make us murderers?
It makes you heroes, don't you see?
Okay. That seems like a fine line.
I trust that you will find a way to walk it.
Okay. I also
mean,
need to get these back to my house.
I'm
I
not
her
insisting
worries
that you
here.
go.
I don't really want to go to jail if we end up killing this guy in like another city or something. Like personal.
If you,
I would not do well in prison.
I wouldn't do well in prison. What
You do better than
talking
me.
about? I don't know how to take that.
You're just a little
What?
tougher. It was a compliment. I apologize.
It's fine.
I'm not insisting
Look,
that you
we're
go
not going to
immediately.
jail, are we?
No, goodness, no. You're going outside of the eyes of the law to deal with a criminal.
I mean, sometimes, and honestly, most of the time, our police force cannot be trusted to protect and serve. You can decide whether or not that's roleplay.
The chatelaines, yes. They are, shall I put this diplomatically? They are antiquated. They are old. They cling to things that do not affect us, that may not even exist anymore. They are inconvenient. But perhaps that is a conversation or a task for a different evening. For now, I just want to make sure that I make it to the end of the 10-day. You needn't go right away. In fact, as I'm sure I needn't to tell either of you, venturing out at night is a terrible idea. But perhaps first thing in the morning, when what little sunlight graces this land makes things a little clearer.
I think I could do that.
So you'd be home in time for your evening shift, I'm sure.
I would appreciate that.
Oh, so this is like real quick.
Well, I don't want much time to pass before I can sleep soundly knowing that I am safe again. Surely you understand that.
Well, question, if I may. Why are you trusting the two of us as mercenaries over plenty that are in the city? I mean, it's not like we put our names out or something. I mean, I don't know about you, but I didn't.
It is simply because of that. I've had, how shall I put this? I am intimately acquainted with the mercenary world. And I know how mercenaries work. I do not want to work with mercenaries. And furthermore, being new gentry, the powers that be in this town are interested solely in expelling me. The assassin that tried to kill me yesterday evening may even be working for them. I dare not trust any known factors in the city, and the fact that you are both relatively unknown makes you more useful to me.
I mean, that's fair.
I don't have many friends in the city, you see. I have to buy all of my friends. Even dear Mr. Hawk is here simply because I pay him to be so. If that is to be the nature of our relationship, I am happy for it to be so. Because I believe you to be the sort of people who can be bought, which means that we will have a very fruitful, and on your end, very lucrative relationship. I do not want for money. You will have as much of it as you require, if we are friends.
You've always been a friend to my family. We owe you quite a bit, literally and metaphorically. That's you can count on me. And if not, I'll die in an exciting way.
I believe you are more capable than you give yourself credit for. or I wouldn't have asked this of you. I don't intend to send you off to die. If I thought you would, I would be asking someone else. But I don't think you will. And nor, Miss Sabbast, do I think you shall.
That's much
Best.
appreciated.
So, do we have an accord?
Just like
guess.
awkwardly reach out to shake his hand.
You see him start to reach for it, and then, almost as though he remembers himself, puts his hand away, says, very good then. Still growing accustomed to these genteel habits. Nevertheless, I hope you will travel quickly, have this done quickly. So let me put this matter behind us and move on to more pleasant industries. Mr. Hawk will show you to the door. I trust you will have a good evening and that we will be speaking again quite soon. He puts the cigar in his mouth, sets his bottle down before taking a long drag off of it, wincing a little bit as he does so, says, as he blows a pillar of smoke off to the left. Ladies, I bid you good evening. You are, excused.
Thank you, Hawk.
Thank you. Stop.
Mr. Hawk, with his still lit candelabra, lets you exit the room before him. And you note that in every little exchange you have had, other than when you were sitting or standing, as you were with Mr. Lowe, Hawk is always between the two of you, or close at hand. As you return, once again, to the lamplit streets, likely understandably confused, we, I think, are going to go ahead and take our break for the evening, as it is somewhat overdue.
Woo!
Oh, boy.
Oh boy.
All right. I will address the things that have happened in the chat when I come back. We have an art reel to show off. We have new pieces of music. We have the ad that we've been running for this campaign on Twitch. There will be plenty of on socials. There will be plenty of stuff to watch in the meantime and to be entertained by. We'll take a 10-minute one, so we'll be back at 9:27 or whatever time it is for you. We will be back very shortly, my friends. See you soon.
Cool. Bye.
Bye-bye. Going home.
of my 2 days off.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Misty
Hello.
Mountain Streaming. Thank you for hanging out with us through the break. Hope the music was okay. Crash is still doing Crash things. We will get back to D&D in just a second. We were just talking because it just occurred to me again. We try and let people know where we're going to be on the channel. Like we mentioned, Maddie and Tyler were in Denver this past week, and we were talking about that on our Wednesday night streams. As of today, I found out that I'm going to be in Chicago this weekend. So if you're going to Chicago Fan Expo, I will be there. Let's hang out. Let's grab a drink or something. It will be great. It will be fun. Buy some dice from us. You saw that we have convention exclusives.
Even the non-convention exclusives are really pretty.
Even the
Yeah,
that's true.
I
I might show up
seeing
for
a
a
lot
drink
of
afterwards.
seeing a lot of the dice in person at the con made me want a lot more of them. There's just a
Whoa.
difference between seeing a picture and seeing them in person. So
It is
just a lot of dice.
so much harder to
You
walk
watch-
away from when you can touch them.
It is.
If you watched our What Lurks in the Dark little long shot that ran right before we started this, that I ran, Breeze out of her cone of shame.
Yay!
She still will let me dance her around, and she's extra chubby right now because she's been
Oh, so
spoiled.
chubby.
I feel that.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Let's see. Oh, Broken Adventurer had been with us. I don't think I shouted you out at the beginning of the stream, but you have to go tonight. Bye, buddy. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your 4th evening, what's left of it. Broken Adventurer was one of our dice giveaway winners before now. In fact, he was our 500 follower giveaway winner. So,
Oh yeah.
he will remember
Nice.
how cool our giveaways are, and maybe the next one will be you. I don't know.
After Steve won 3 times.
After Steve won.
God.
Steve.
Hate it.
Amazing.
Thank you, Javar of Celestia. I think Javar of Celestia was given handed out some subscriptions earlier in the evening. Also cheered right before the break. Thank you for the 500 bits, my friend. Appreciate you supporting us and this channel. Also, thank you very much to Smitey Pop. You gave a tip earlier in the night that I kind of glossed over in the moment. Thank you so much for doing that. I have been tipped twice on this channel, and one
Nice.
the first time was November 26th. I remember it because it was my birthday.
Aww.
It's been a while. It's been a while since a tip has come through on this channel, and that was over numerousness. Which now that there's 2 people that have tipped me, I have not forgotten the last one. I will not forget you, Smitey Pop. By the way,
Speaking of, I'll put the link for donations for Planned Parenthood again in chat.
I was just gonna say that.
Or it's on my Instagram story, blah, 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 whatever.
It's not a donation.
We'll
and
give you the link, baby.
It's not a donation, and it's now lost in the chat. But I put up all of our character art on my Twitter. I can relink it if anybody.
Oh,
missed
cute.
character art.
yes.
Yeah.
That was also
Aw.
in. I think it was an incomplete picture for maybe Jane, because Crash continued to add to that
Mhm.
that particular piece of art after because you had the little mantis thing in the finished product, right?
Oh, yeah. I've got, like, all of her and everything.
Yeah.
That one's on my Instagram.
I have an incomplete version of that where it was just the bust and the reclined pose. All of that art is in the art reel.
Oh, cool.
Now that I've
beans!
updated
Aw.
it. But there is I've been working on updating that.
Very old version you guys got to see of Dorian in the art reel, but that's okay. That's about 4 years
Yeah,
old.
I update that on occasion when new art comes in, which we have some of our artists watching along tonight. Icy goes by Femto on Instagram. Femto is contributing art to our Wild Beyond the Witchlight campaign. Princely
love
Green
So much.
is in the chat. Princely Green drew fan art for Rhymehold.
Aw.
That was
and the little sassy CN in a powdered wig.
Cinda.
So if you do like to do art or cosplay of things and you do it from something that we did, we will absolutely include you in our little reel when I update it next. Just tag one of us
Any
on
my
a social.
characters?
Yeah. Yeah, if you do any of
Like,
my
with,
characters,
like,
I will be
freaking
extremely
marbles.
surprised.
I don't have many marbles left to lose, but I lose
I'll
them.
probably cry.
Yeah,
All my marbles
I
are
will
dice
post
now.
it everywhere. I will sing praises to everyone about it.
You heard it. Maddie
Your
will
name can be my
sing.
firstborn's middle name, all that stuff.
Let's real quick do one more thing before we get back to D&D. I'm not super including myself, but technically also myself. But all of them are adventurers in Misty Mountain Gaming's adventurer program.
Yeah.
Socialites, influencers,
Influenzas.
people
I
want to
told a couple
know.
of people, as I told a people couple.
I hope so.
Oh, you got me so messed up on words there, Rob. As I told a couple people at Denver, we call ourselves adventurers, so we don't have to use the word influencer.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
Yeah.
There, look,
It's so hard in like modern day to be like, oh, what do you do for work? And it's like, oh, I'm an influencer.
women want
It
to be
sounds so
them.
weird.
Women want to be with them. It's like they are. They also, aside from the wonderful entertainment and inspiration they give you guys on socials, they also save you money when you shop at mistymountaingaming.com. Each of them has a code you can use at checkout.
We do.
My code,
Yeah.
well, rather my brother's code, my podcast's code, will occasionally show up down here because we have a little video file for it. If you've been wondering why the word Twins10 show up down there once every 20 minutes for about 10 seconds, that's why. But thought I would give you all an opportunity to say your stuff. So if you want to buy dice from us and support the business that supports this stream, and also save yourself a little money and support one of the people on screen, we have codes for them that I will eventually find a way to put on screen as well. But if we want to do Tyler, Maddy, Crash, then Ellie, we'll do some D&D after that.
Yeah.
All right. It's real easy. It's the easiest you can ever find any of my names. It's Panda10. That being said, if you're searching for me on any social media, if I have it, you're going to get to cheesecake and then get to the P, and that thing is going to go, I know there's only one person that you're looking for.
Oh, we know.
Yeah, Panda10.
And mine is Maddie10. Just make sure you spell it with a Y instead of an IE, because there's no Maddie with an IE. That's Maddie10. It's Maddy 10.
Mine's Ellie 10. Also, but this one's with an IE. There's
Yes.
no Y.
Lots of whys. Everyone always asks why. No one ever asks
Why?
how.
Here.
Hey, Ravenheart, by the way, is in the chat. My brother, my co-host on the Bardic Twinspiration podcast, is here. Which, me, as I've set up so many new things for this stream. Let me, real quick, I think I can do this.
Hey, Crash, what's your code?
There you
It's Crash 10.
Yeah!
Yay!
Is that backwards? Can they actually read it? Or
I
is
can-
it
Oh,
I
yeah,
can read
yeah,
it.
it's showing up.
Yeah.
There you go. Just
go.
stay there for the rest of the stream.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
And there's my little plug. Since Ravenheart is here, down below me on the screen is Bardic Twinspiration. It's usually gold on black, but I thought the silver showed up better on our background. If you want to, a little higher, Tyler, a little higher. There we go.
My arms are tired, okay? I made Maddie walk down 19 flights of stairs with me.
It's true. The elevators were awful,
right.
and we went down all the stairs.
They've had their opportunity.
Oh my god.
They've had their
I flew
opportunity
into
to
town
screenshot.
today,
Ty, you can put it
and
Dude,
down.
their
that's-
arms are
You
tired.
practically dungeon crawled at that point. That's
Both of
so
our calves
far.
were killing us.
I bet they look gorgeous now.
Maddie and I each morning got up
Chiseled.
out of our bed and tried not to wake the other up by falling in the floor.
Ah.
There was one
Waddle
morning I got up-
around.
Oh,
yeah, there was
hey.
one morning I got up earlier and was just like,
This was the first
walking to the
time
bathroom.
either of you have staffed a booth at Misty Mountain. How was it?
It
fine.
was
I mean,
really
It's
fun.
fun.
I sold things at MegaCon, so at least like I remembered our prices for things and all that, so it was fine.
Yeah.
I just did the stupid thing and forgot to take my exercise shoes. I just took care
Yeah.
of theirs.
Oh,
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I
I
did-
should have brought my
Forgot
nice
to throw the others in.
shoes.
Rookie move. You'll never make that mistake again.
I
Yeah.
cosplayed for the full day every single day.
hmm
Yeah.
Maddie.
Yeah, we've got to come up with like a good in between full cosplay and casual clothes. But it was really cool to see
I
all
love the
of
idea
the
of being
different...
shopkeepers, though. That is so
Yeah,
cute.
That's
that was
great.
a lot of fun.
Like, I want to do that now. That'd be so fun.
We saw a lot of cool
Jokingly-
Critical Role cosplayers and stuff.
Oh, I
Jokingly
bet.
said that if we wanted to
Oh,
just
heck
suffer
yeah.
for a day, that Maddie could be like Pumat Prime, and I'd be like
Yeah.
like a
Yes!
Pumat
one of the
minion.
other
Yeah.
Pumats.
Everybody at
I
this
also be a
one booth
Pumat?
be Pumats one
Let's
day.
all be
can all just
Pumats.
All right, wait a second. We'll get to D&D in a second. Everybody's best Pumat voice.
Oh no.
Listen, I have family in Canada.
Who's
I
going
can
first?
make it happen.
Who's going first.
Oh, hey, hi there. How's it going? Pumat Soul here. You know, I like to sell magical items to various travelers like yourselves who may be in need of some protection, if they like. So, yeah.
I don't want to go after that.
Yeah, that's not fair, Rob. That was really good.
I was really confident about it, and now I'm not.
It's just gonna sound like the knick-knack
I'm
voice.
still confident. What are you talking about?
Go for it, Jen. Go, Crash. Come on.
Hi, Pumat Soul here. That'll be 50 gold. Yeah, I can turn this backpack hot pink for you. Dean, how'd I do?
I can't beat that. You even
Nailed
beat
it.
Rob with that
That's
one.
true. Yep.
No, that's Nail. He's a different adventurer. I'm Crash Candy.
Oh boy. Oh, Steve hates my voices. I'm glad he liked that one. Good. All right, guys. So because I have to go to Chicago in the morning, we're probably gonna go for another hour. I usually try and keep it to about 3 hours. We'll go a little longer. We started a little later. We were talking about stuff. We haven't adventured yet. We want to give you guys something to hang on to and to get excited for next week. But as much as I'm kind of getting into this and wanting to push forward, no, we will wait. We will wait for next week because Rob has to do laundry so we can take clean clothes out of state. So, flipping for a moment to once again Dorian and Nimwyn. You have been provided with a poisoner's kit by Eleanor. She tells you of Larapo's cup, this white lily, grows in strange places. Larapo, as both of you probably know, is the goddess of death, of gentle repose, and watches over the passage of souls into their destined destinations in the afterlife.
How do you spell it?
Lerepos.
Gotcha.
Larapo's cup and is actually one of the symbols, religious symbols, held dear by those that follow her. It is a plant that grows only where much death has happened. And as I said, Blackreach is a place that has seen many wars in the past, farther back than anyone living would care to remember. The barrows of the insurgents. When Blackreach was encroached upon by civilized folk centuries and centuries ago, there were many lives lost on the side of the invaders. Though they were victorious, the honored dead were buried within sight of where they would one day build their castle up on the mountainside. This barrow, you are told by Eleanor, because neither of you have the local knowledge with which to be informed, are somewhat north of the city, and local folk are quite scared of it for a multitude of reasons. Heart's End folk are superstitious by their nature, and so many dead in one place is an unpleasant thought anywhere, much less in a place with such a necromantic history. It is actually a test of courage, a rite of passage for young people in Heart's End, those thought cowards or who wish to prove themselves to their peers, to venture out to the barrows and remain for some time, to eat a meal at the stone table at the top of the hill, or to return with one of these flowers, as this is one of the few places around here that they grow. With this badge of honor, when you return to town, you are lauded by your peers as an adult, as someone noteworthy. However, even these brave souls do not venture there at night. Blackreach is not a safe place during the day, but at night, even less so. With that in mind, Eleanor strongly urges you, practically insists, unless you defy her, that you should go in the morning, and not tonight. The flowers, she says, will still be there in the morning. In fact, perhaps even more advantageously so, the dew that collects in the basin of the flower is actually what you are after. Is the dew that nestles in between the petals becomes a nigh lethal poison that can be refined with effort, but should be exactly what you need. Convinced that you will take her advice, she gives you her poisoner's kit and bids you good evening. You return and pass a fitful night back in the barn. It is somewhat difficult, unmedicated, to sleep in a cot, as accustomed as you are to sleeping on a loamy forest floor. In the morning, which again has very little difference in terms of illumination from the night, you gather your things and prepare yourselves to venture outside of town. Not for either of your first time. That morning, what is it that you are gathering close to you? What do you take when you are going on an adventure that you don't when you walk about town?
Nimwyn, as she was journeying, and it's something that she uses with her cleric magic, she has this big staff that is just a big tree branch that she found that has an unusual curve at the top that she's tied some ribbons to, just to make it look pretty. And I think between Nim and Dorian, they're packing maybe not the most important essentials for a trip. Like we were joking in the chat earlier, sweets, a blanket.
Like a kid does for a sleepover,
Good,
you
yeah.
know?
Yeah.
You can call your
I
mom
brought
at
my
2
Buzz
a.m. and be
Lightyear.
like, get me, come pick me up.
Not like a bunch of rations, but some toffee and some little like treats.
Good.
Yeah. You're not
Yeah.
going very far outside of town. You might pack a lunch for yourself, but that's about it. It occurs to you you could have a meal on that stone table that Eleanor mentioned. You could eat your sweets there.
It's a really good idea, actually. We should eat our candy there. It would look really tough coming back.
But
Having a picnic.
if we do have a candy bar, we
Nimwyn's
need
voice is
to-
gonna break me so much. I feel like I'm in a dreamland when she's talking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like there's some little tooth fairy who's whispering these things to me and not a grown woman.
Guys, this is going to be a very dark and serious campaign in spite of how cute Maddie is.
It's true.
You can most certainly try.
Nimwyn has a dark side, actually, so...
I swear it's not
Listen,
as nice
all
as I
British
seem.
people do. You're not special.
Oh, now I'm imagining
people.
I'm imagining Nimwyn with jacked up teeth now. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
She has beautiful Furbolg teeth, for the
Mhm.
record.
Good old
Whatever that means.
Pud crushers.
Maybe her mom has veneers, but it's fine. We don't judge.
What's Dorian packing?
As Nimwyn's talking about candy and all that stuff, she's watching him, like, he usually wears, like, a bunch of random bones hanging off of his belt, but, like, he's taking the time to, like, fasten what looks like an extra long necklace. It's, like, made out of, like, little gold beads and, like, what looks like little finger knuckle bones.
Ooh.
He's got one that he's wrapping around his wrist, too, which, spoiler alert, came from his mom, so he's like, I'm gonna put these on. And you also watch him sheath behind his cloak on his belt, also, like, hiding basically at, like, his back, a really, like, gnarly looking dagger that's kind of greenish and looks like it would do a lot of damage, that it would hurt, and he's gonna, like, slide in and just like, see, Nim, I think if we had candy while we're there, we might come back with some of it stuck in our teeth. So he's gonna like lean over the table, like across all the herbs, and like definitely like shove some things off the table, and pick up like a half-eaten moldy piece of bread and be like, "It'll do. We can add this to the candy. This will work, right?
Yeah, I think that would be perfect.
Like a little bit of sweet and a little bit of. Usually people do that with what they call like the charcuterie board, but
I don't know what that is, but it sounds really cool. So we'll probably look really cool with it.
Doesn't matter if you know what it is, because a lot of people they pronounce it completely wrong. Oh, it's like a shock something else. Anyway, you don't need to worry about it. You don't need to worry about it.
Maybe we can make candy sandwiches with the bread too.
Maddie.
Is it chocolate that we have? Maybe we could find some bananas somewhere and do chocolate and banana.
Oh, yeah, it sounds wonderful. Yeah. Let's do that. That is the plan. I'll use the rest of my bag space for that.
Let's go get going on the road though, because I mean, the sooner we get back, the prouder Eleanor can be of us for having done it.
If we did really fast, she'll be really impressed. We should run.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, but until we get tired, and then we'll take a little break, and then we'll keep running.
Yeah, we'd run and then wait, and then run and then wait.
How has this woman survived 5 hours without adult supervision? She should be dead.
So everyone who has played a campaign in my homebrew world in Blackreach before, they'll learn, okay? They'll
No. You'll adapt.
I might have to. God damn. My hair is still where I left it, though. In Rimehold, it was all over the place by the end of the session.
Rob, I'm taking
you're gonna make my lash
lift. So
that's because we had KJ with us too.
That's true. Having a sheep get a how do you want to do this was scarring.
Why sheep that is?
Across town.
Last thing though, before we move that, the last thing Dorian does is like turn around and be like, Marty! Like just shouting, the bird like comes and like gets in the cloak sort of thing, and it's just like getting out, like when Vex puts her head here and she's staring out at everybody like it's a moo-moo. Yeah. Anyway.
Looks so cool.
On the south side of town, Sabbast is getting ready to leave this morning. Are you trying to get up before your folks? Are you trying to sneak out? Do they know where you're going?
No, I would have told them about what happened.
Okay.
I'm a good kid.
Elijah is concerned, but believes that you are capable. Just wants you to make sure that you will keep your wits about you. Astreus is beside himself a little bit at the thought of all of this. But do you mention the payout?
Yes.
Astreus learns to deal with it. One of the things about growing up in your household, Elijah and Astreus are almost self-sufficient. Like, living off of what they grow, and living within their means, and not having, like, fine things. So, you've wanted for nothing all your life, but you also haven't had things, and neither have they. And you know, thanks to that purple kerchief that Astreus once had nice things and wouldn't mind having that life again. So the prospect of money coming into the house for a change is worth a little bit of unpleasant risk. So, kissing you repeatedly on a dry cheek, he will send you away with a wave of a handkerchief.
I'll look around and see if anybody is here yet, because otherwise I'll just be like, oh my god.
I'm going to say that,
like going off to college, and it's just like, just cool.
do you need me to walk you to the gate? I can walk you to the gate if you like.
You better call every weekend.
It's like, Elijah, he's just going to be gone for the day.
Thank you. I'll be fine. Look, I've got
Are we meeting at the tavern, by the way?
everything.
I thought you
I don't
probably
know.
arranged to either meet at Heart's Hearth or maybe just meet at the gate.
That gate is better.
Probably
better.
gate.
Hey, Ty?
Yeah.
I have to pause us for a second because
Oh my god.
yeah, Maddie found it. We have our first cosplay.
What?
We did a Nimwyn! I'm gonna die!
Is this Icy?
Icy, I love you!
Ah!
I don't know which tab it's in, but Maddie just sent it
was
to
so
our chat because I was hunting
It
for
was
it.
sent directly to me, and I'm going to treasure it always.
That was so bad.
Icy's so cool. Icy,
Icy, I love you.
awesome.
You look adorable.
Icy just kind of, I think, hangs out in our little community Discord every now and again. Because I'll, like, pop in there one night to, like, play Fortnite with other Rob. And she'll just come in and lurk in the voice chat with us and be entertained. And just, she's a good fan of ours.
I think she
I'm
lurked
glad she's
the last
here.
time we played golf together, and she just kept adding little like encouragements in the voice chat for me, and it was so wonderful.
Oh, 5 community subs from Harbinger Viking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So kind.
That is Will, John's brother. Who,
Oh, hello.
I think I knew that once upon a time, and I forgot that. And then he won our play D&D together thing at the end of last month.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, let somebody else do it. It's like, oh, so that was you. Okay. Excellent, though. Hey,
I don't
Will.
want to play with losers.
Nice.
Uh,
dude.
thank you for popping your head in, man. I don't know if you're staying or if you're busy, but thank you for turning up and being generous as you always are. Excuse me. Excellent. Excellent. Anything else to say? While I've stopped, Prismatic Lightning, which is an awesome spell name. Is that
That's a cool spot.
I don't know how they haven't made that spell yet. Tony Baloney and
Ooh.
EO Jaeger. Thank you guys
Ooh.
all for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to our party. We're playing D&D.
Ayo.
Icy said
Yeah.
that she was away when we reacted to her Nimwyn cosplay, so
Oh.
I just have to like directly
It's
to
okay,
you.
it's
I
wild.
love it.
It's so good.
Oh, so I
Show
didn't talk
everybody.
about the Monday
I'm
night
so
clip
happy.
contest. Guys, clip stuff from this stuff. I'll remember to add that
Oh,
to my
yeah.
notes on Mondays.
There you go.
We will
Please.
pick a favorite clip and we will shout you out on social media. There's I mean, you don't get free
Yeah.
dice or anything, but you get props and you entertain the hell out of us. So clip stuff.
Oh,
Will,
I'm sorry if you just heard little rat screams. I'm tripping her toenails, and she just yelled at me.
Will, you do what you got to do, man. Thank you for poking your head in. Glad that you were here. Thank you for being you, dude. Celebrate Freedom Day. By the way, that is a Futurama reference, whether you meant it to be or not, and I love that episode. Freedom, 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 oi! Freedom, 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 oi! Okay. Anyway.
Also,
What
you got props on your beard, by the way.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh.
It said y'all's makeup in that beard, though.
You should see James.
Hey.
We
also
still got
times.
to
pretty
do that
good.
shoot. What was
What?
the sub goal for the Spicy Rob shoot? Where
Spicy
Gene
Rob
and I
shoot?
do Spicy Rob cosplays.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still down.
We need to work that
Oh.
out.
I need to get through the spicy tiefling shoot first, and then let me at least make good on that. Since I asked the others, Sabbast, what do you take with you when you're going outside the walls? I mean, maybe you did the test of courage growing up, but maybe Randall took you outside the wall once or twice. But this is probably a fairly new experience for you. What do you take with you?
Maybe as a kid, like on a dare or something, I ran a couple feet past the gate, like, she touched the butt, like, kind of. I bet I could go farther! It's like open land.
This is the kind of thing, by the way, one of the reasons that... I'm sorry to interrupt.
You greedy little monster!
One of the reasons that I have limited the inspiration that the chat can give out is because I really miss giving out inspiration myself. And I typically give it out for two things. Great roleplay moments when I know you are acting out your character's ideals, flaws, bonds, etc. And also when good references make me laugh. So that would have earned you inspiration for the Finding Nemo Touch the Butt reference.
Yeah.
But you've already got it, so we will just so you know.
That's what matter.
Anyway.
But she probably would have taken she has like of course a boomerang.
Of course.
Of course she has a boomerang. A small scimitar. Look, the boomerang was actually first before the axe. That just happened. They're cool weapons. But she also has like a small buckler kind of shield that maybe she made once upon a time with Randall or something, or as a kid. And a few pieces here and there of studded leather that still kind of looks like scale mail. Because obviously.
On brand.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of armor, but just enough to be like when your parents are like, look, put at least a jacket on. It's cold outside. You're just like, okay, I'll take the buckler. Fine.
Excellent.
Or like that level of armor.
So Sabbast is making her way towards the gate. Naya, does anyone know where you're going? Have you talked to anyone? Are you sneaking out? What are you taking with you?
So I don't think I can sneak out because I got my helicopter dad.
Yep.
So I'm pretty much like, you know when your parents ask too many damn questions when you're trying to go sneak out and drink with your friends in high school?
No, I was a good kid.
Loser.
Well, I'm a pastor's daughter, so
Same.
Like, oh, you're a pastor's daughter.
You're a pastor's daughter.
Well, yeah. Can't you tell by the beard? Yeah.
But so essentially, like, Naya is gonna pack like she has no idea what the fuck she's in for. So like, she has like a slightly thicker corset that she's like, okay, that'll work. And so she throws on this like black leather corset that's like decently boned, like could maybe count as leather armor because it's on my character sheet.
There you go. It's getting in the way of my girls.
Exactly. And so she throws that on and is like, I don't know what else. So she runs through the tavern, and like these kind of taverns, you always have like some sort of props on the walls, and there's just a rusty ass short sword. And I think as she's taking that down, her dad's like probably catches her removing the sword. And she like tries to hide it behind her back, but she's like not much bigger than me, so she's not hiding it very good. It's like,
kind of.
Hi, Papa.
Looks kind of towards the stairs, see if anyone else is moving about, and you can hear Mom getting up and trying to get Edmund out of bed, but it's just the two of you down here this morning.
You're up early.
Yeah, so are you. He pulls out a chair and sits down at one of the empty tables.
Oh no.
Yes. I'm not as smart as your mother, all right? But
Neither am I.
That's right, you're not. But I'm not stupid either, okay? You come home with bruises. You favor one side or the other. Your nose used to be a little bit different shape. I notice, okay? But I don't say nothing. Just take my old sword off the wall. I don't know where you're going. I don't know what you're doing. You're not gonna be my little girl forever. Get it? Do you need that thing? Are you gonna need it?
I don't know for sure. Mr. Lowe asked me to run him an errand, and he has me run him errands sometimes. And this one seemed a little more risky, so I thought I would just be better safe than sorry. Is it okay if I take this with me?
Well, we're gonna pray your mother doesn't notice that it's missing, or I'm gonna have some explaining to do.
We could put a broom.
Okay, we just said your mother wasn't stupid, okay? Now,
Yeah.
listen. You can take that thing if you understand one thing only. That sword ain't to play nice with. If you take that thing out, it's because you gotta use it. And if you gotta use it, you use it. Because you listen to me. There are 4 people in this house right now, and 3 of them are my 3 favorite people in this world. If anything, or anyone, would stop you getting home safe to me, you use that thing. You hear me?
Yes, Papa. I thank you, and please don't tell Mom.
Don't thank me. Just be back soon.
I should be back by tonight. He said it won't take longer than I will be on time for my shift.
The less I know, the less I have to tell your mother. So just.
That's good. That's a good idea.
I love that Tame Impala song. That's all.
I'm going to go now. I'll be back tonight, and I will look the same. It's going to be great. And I'm gonna kind of rush out, and I'm holding this. I don't know how to hold a fucking sword. I'm kind of holding it and looking at it and being like, "Okay, silver guy. I don't know your name. You've helped me with other things. If you know how to use this, can you make me know how to use this?" And this is going to become my packed weapon.
Excellent. Cool.
So, hopefully, Silver Guy knows how to use this.
Excellent.
So I'm just I look dumb as hell. I'm just running through town with the sword, holding it upside down.
Very Finn the Human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, boy.
Small
Okay. I will lose followers right now. I did not love Adventure Time, but I'll be damned if that grass sword that wraps around his wrist was not one of the coolest fucking things.
It is super rad. Oh, and the demon blood sword? That one's awesome.
Oh yeah, it's mathematical, baby. It was awesome.
I love the demon blood sword.
All right. So, on the western gate to Heart's End, the guard there have a pretty damn easy job, because they only ever have to look one way. They only have to worry about things coming in, which pretty much never happens. Maybe occasionally they will lob an arrow at something that gets a little too close. And there was a time where an old man in the city named Randall Thorpe would take constitutionals outside of the gates. But he hasn't been around to do that for a while. So, when not one, not even two, but 4 young people happened to be walking towards the gate at the same time, early in the morning, you are approaching 2 very baffled guardsmen up at the top of the wall, and one very confused guardswoman on this side of the gate.
Do I
hot?
recognize any of them? Like, oh, that's a better question. Forget mine.
You
What was the
said
question?
guardswoman.
Sorry.
Is she hot?
In kind of a I could fix your truck kind of way.
Oh, that's my favorite kind of way.
She's got her helmet turned backwards and no, just kidding.
Oh,
yeah.
she's cool. She's so gun knife fight.
Guys, she's
Just
doing
did a
the Ash
whole head-
Ketchum. You gotta watch your shit.
Wait, this might make it worse.
God
Is it
damn
like
it.
a full head helmet like you wear on a motorcycle?
I'm-
No.
That's why she's
God
confused.
damn it. Y'all are approaching and she turns it on straight so she'll be able to see what the fuck is going on.
I gotta do that next time I wear an armored helmet. Like, let's get ready.
Just
Maybe Tarvel can do it.
shave your nose completely off. And so she's not even like holding up a hand to stop you or like barring the way. There's no rules against going outside. It's just fucking dumb. So she says, "Are you serious? Like, there's." And she kind of looks to the right and the left. There's nothing this close to the gates. There's a little bit of a space in case something were to clear the walls or break the gate down that the people on the walls could, shoot down at them and deal with the problem before they got to any civilians. There's no reason you would come out this far unless you were planning to leave. And yes, this is a small town and you've been here all your life. It's not someone you know intimately well. It's not someone who is a regular at the bar. That's a familiar face. You can't think of the name right now. She says, "You," and she notes backpacks, swords, staffs, crow.
Crow.
It's in the hood like a backpack.
Oh wait, did we just approach and we saw Dorian and Nimwyn walk up?
Yeah, y'all are walking
we, like,
basically in the same
pairs?
direction. You're like your cars are in a similar direction. It's like you've been walking kind of on opposite sides of the road, but in the same direction
Yeah.
for a
Like,
little
okay,
too long.
surely they're not going to the same place.
Right?
At some
They're
point,
not about to turn at this light with me, right?
Nimwyn leans over to Dorian and goes, "If they're trying to get the flowers too, we have to run past them. I'm sure we're faster."
I think you're right,
make
Nim. Let's
Right,
let
so
them
we'll know
distract
we're
her.
following.
Let's just run. Should we just run?
Yes.
3, 2, 1,
1.
go! And like as you're approaching, they just go like Naruto running off in that one direction.
No.
With their little backpacks and everything.
Yeah. The crows in the hood just like
Cinched all the way up.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're like,
All right, so from
Huh.
Sabbast and Naya's perspective, these 2 people that you basically haven't seen before, you have kind of this impression that there was some, like, weird emo kid that was living at the Shadowlane's house, but no one that you've interacted with before. Probably them. You know basically everybody else. And then there's this funky-looking girl that you can't really place exactly what she's supposed to be, just, like, tearing ass in front of you.
Okay.
Do you know them?
No, to be honest, I don't know you.
That's
What was
fair.
your name?
Naya.
Naya. Nice to meet you. Sabbast. Hold out a hand.
Good to meet you. I've met you a couple times.
I know. I never got your name, though.
That's that's fair. I didn't know.
Sorry.
I've just never seen them before, so I didn't know if maybe you would see them.
Yeah, no. What was
that-
that?
Like
A
30
deer
feet away.
person?
Thought I saw a
Like-
deer.
like 30 feet away, you can see he like hits a rock with one foot, so he kind of is like the that keeps going.
Nice.
Do you guys
Is
hear
he
a
Naruto
faint,
running? Please
Yeah.
tell me
hear
he's
a
Naruto
faint
running.
noise?
Sure, for brevity, he's
Nimwyn
Naruto
from a
running.
distance is like, "It's okay, Dorian. We can keep going."
But like from the back of
I
his
can't
hood,
carry it
like,
for you, but I can carry you.
So this three-eyed raven is just staring out with you with the blankest face, like just looking at you like that.
Hey.
I've never seen a deer run like that, and that was a weird fucking bird.
I don't know.
Today's going to be weird, isn't it?
Miss, and I'll look back to the guard after we saw them sprint.
Yeah, I'm assuming that since other two are trying to like beat these people out of here, that you have just like let yourself out the gates and are in the countryside now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want these other two ladies to try and take my flowers.
Yeah, and to the other two ladies, this guardswoman turns and says, "What the fuck?
I don't know.
Are they new here? Did they? I mean, you're not. I know you." Points at Naya. Says, "And you, I know of you. Look,
Fine.
I know that
We-
the people
I
don't
don't
get it.
think
They
we're
don't
with
see. You don't see what's out there. All right? You don't see what's out there at night. And that's good. We don't want you to see what's out there at night. We lose sleep over that crap. We don't need anybody just going out there willy-nilly, unprepared, and just never coming back like that Randall guy.
We're not. We
I
should
brought this.
stop for a moment. Just look, we know about it, but we're on business for the Silverman. So I don't know about those two, but we'll be back before nightfall, hopefully.
You see her kind of lean back and sort of close off when you mention Silverman. Says, "Right. Okay. Well, at night those gates stay locked, so if you want to be let back in, you get back before nightfall. Otherwise, you wait on the outside till morning. Got it?
Understood.
Plan.
Yes.
Okay.
Same as always.
Well, it's been nice knowing you." And she pushes the door a little farther
on
open
now.
from where the other two had left it.
Don't worry about your tab if you come into the tavern. Just one time, though. We don't have a lot of money. And like, I'm just saying this as I'm walking away.
Sure. Work for the Silvermen, don't have a lot of money.
That's. Listen, I'm a broke bitch.
They
She,
sweet.
you hear the groaning of wood on rusty-ass hinges that never get used as the doors close behind you. As somewhere a little ways ahead of you, you can still see the white hair and cloak of Dorian moving a little slower than it was at his enthusiastic start.
Yeah, we're definitely slowing fast.
See.
It's all the candy, man.
Has anyone seen the video of the person who's like bathing their ferrets in a bathtub, so they're all like jumping trying to get out, and then they turn to one ferret's like not moving. That's what that bird is doing in the back. Is just not moving. Just like
Mhm.
this is my life. This is what's happening. Like,
All right. What do we see, like, in front of us immediately?
So as you exit town,
Can I roll?
I'll just tell you. There's nothing
Okay.
inhibiting your vision, and you're taking your time, right? You're under no duress.
I just like my
Not
quick
running.
legs.
Yeah. Would you like to roll?
No.
You
Knowing the
sure?
numbers that I get, I should rethink this.
Be blind.
I rescind my statement. Have yet to turn my helmet backwards.
So in Heart's End, there is one cobbled road, and it is the King's Road. It almost perfectly bisects the town into a northern and southern half, progressing all the way to the east, up to the front gates of Hallow Hall, and somewhere to the west, it will lead to the township of Bleakhaven. However, as both of these are more than a day's journey away from Heart's End, and no one intentionally stays out in Blackreach after dark, very few people make those trips. However, the cobbles end immediately outside of town. And what was once, doubtlessly, a well-traveled, rutted road heading west is now very overgrown, to the point where you can hardly recognize that there was ever a road here at all. The grass is beginning to die as we are coming towards late autumn, approaching winter. And so twiggy, dry, gray, and brown reeds of grass stick up and play at your ankles and knees. And they pass uninterrupted, other than for the hillsides that begin to block your vision a few miles out of town, in almost all directions. Heart's End is at the base of a small valley amongst the foothills of the Frostfang Mountains to the east, which loom large over the eastern horizon. In all directions, at least for the time being, there are no signs of life outside of the town. Birds don't sing, crickets don't chirp, cicadas don't play their song. There's not a deer or a rabbit or a fox in sight. You feel quite alone and, without the safety of the walls around you, somewhat exposed out here. This goes the same for those that are ahead of you, and Nimwyn, the Evanwood, is somewhat the opposite of that. At all times, you feel watched. You feel the presence of creatures great and small with their eyes upon you, sometimes a comforting feeling, sometimes a worrisome one. But you always feel seen. You always feel like there is somewhere to run, there is somewhere to hide, and you feel none of that out here in the wilderness, east of the moors.
When that realization hits, that's when it turns more into a jog, and then slowly into a walk right next to Dorian, like shoulder to shoulder.
Whether he's read that or not, you can tell that he's like trying to do the run thing, but like he's kind of just like like he's not even talking.
Like
Poor
when you
little
go to flight of
Victorian
stairs,
child.
We can take a break and walk if you'd like.
Just gotta keep ahead of those guys.
Yeah, we've made enough distance that I don't think they'll catch up ever.
Never.
Should have brought water. We should have brought water.
We should have, huh?
It's like as far as their planning went was here's a bread, here's a candy, we're good.
You forgot the bananas.
Oh my god, no!
Did. No.
Our next trip, whatever it might be, we'll bring water and the bananas.
Man, y'all got some
We'll
druids
make
in your
free
party.
will.
Y'all got bananas out here. Fuck.
They don't know that.
Figure it out.
Crash, since you asked, now that you are aware of your surroundings,
Yeah.
What do you do armed with this info now that I have...
Oh, I thought
this
you were
in-
gonna like say something after that, like since you asked,
No.
comma. So I was just. Yeah.
Nope, just left you hanging, apparently. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah. I'll kind of just keep pace with Naya however fast she wants to walk, but just really be taking it all in. Like, it is big. And it's a lot. Just kind of amateurly surveying where I can. So, you said you're a magic user?
So this is like really recent. I didn't really tell anybody about this, so I make a little extra money sometimes. We kind of do some like fights with like my friends where the rich people like to watch us kick the shit out of each other, and like you can kind of fake that shit. But one guy I went to punch and have his face. I don't know
Jeez.
how I did that, but I know I just met you, and I'm kind of trauma dumping.
That's
I didn't
fine.
tell anybody.
Oh, okay.
But-
I
So
mean,
I can, but I don't know how it happened.
all right. Good. Cool.
I'll keep the safety on. Don't point it at anything you don't want to shoot at.
Yeah, thanks. Great. Cool.
They still
I don't
in
know where I
distance
was going with.
see each other.
Uh,
The little squads.
As you are kind of cresting a hill to continue on your way towards the barrows, you look back and you can see them, and since your pace has slowed, they're gaining on you a little bit.
You as a duo can decide if you notice the shorter white head every now and then just
Naya does
Yeah.
not notice. I can tell you that right now.
and every time the head turns, like you watch the beak of the bird just like, because that bird has not moved a single time since getting shoved in a hood. So, like the bird just moves with the whole body and then comes back.
It's the Michael Keaton Batman of just like.
Yeah, because you can't move the neck.
Or is it the George Clooney Batman that also comes with free nipples?
This bird is in like
Yes.
a baby Bjorn of a hood and it's just been shoved in there and it's dealing with it.
Sabbast would notice, but just kind of like, okay. Just kind of keep an eye on it because it's something to look at.
Make a, this will be fun. You wanted to roll some dice? Let's roll some dice. Make an insight check since you've noticed this. And oh, I hope you roll poorly so I can say something funny.
I will do very large boy.
Ooh.
It's got hearts and glitter in it. That's a nat 1, baby! Let's go!
An
First
amazing start to
roll!
the journey.
Guys,
Yeah!
here we
We did
fucking go. Guys, we won D&D. It's just...
It's been a good run, guys. We did it. Goodbye.
Oh no.
I turned my helmet backward.
Naya just starts Eldritch blasting everything. I'm like,
Oh
sorry,
my god.
I'm sorry.
So,
I can't believe you do that to me.
Sabbast, tell me what your intelligence is, roughly. Yeah.
12.
12.
My passive perception is 13, so it's like okay.
So, intelligent people are careful. Intelligent people are superstitious, and you are possessed of an above average intelligence. They're heading directly where you are heading. Why would they be doing that? There's assassins there, right? And as far as you know, Silverman only asked the two of you to go and handle these assassins. Plus, that one up there seems kind of suspicious and wary of you. And why would they be going beyond the... Unless they're working with the assassins.
You're so right.
They probably know something. These are probably dangerous individuals. And you haven't
So
seen them around
undercover.
before. They arrived in town days. One of them days before that attempt on Silverman's life.
Yeah, he did. Oh my god! You're so right.
I'm so glad you rolled a 1.
God, I'm so glad I rolled a 1. If I'm one thing, it's obnoxious and consistent. But Naya, we're the only two people that he has to go on this, right?
I think so.
They didn't. You've never seen them around before, have you?
No. I think Naya just realized they're still there, probably.
As you see just the head going down that hill, that's just like...
Just the last thing you see from over the hill.
Right?
Yeah, when we reach the peak, we both turn around.
Just
And
mean
we,
mugging
like,
them.
nod and we keep
Yep.
going.
About how far away are we? would
Let's
you
say, I mean, they tried to put some distance between you before they ran out of gas.
They were like sprinting, yeah.
300 feet, like they're a football field ahead of you.
Oh, okay.
I think I'd probably be like, Sabbast! They're going the same way. I don't know what that fucking accent was.
I do love the extra craze that sinks in when she's like in it.
Just realized something.
Yeah, that's what I'm
They're
saying.
going. We're supposed to go there.
Look, I don't know if the D's got it, but I don't trust someone who's just in all black.
He said off black.
I mean, look.
it's a very dark grey.
No, I know what I'm saying is, what if that's a...
Oh my god. That's
Again.
why he has there. Goes ahead and it does kills. I don't have one of those.
Anna.
Should I?
No, hold on. I would like to send my little mantis and have it and buzz out and fly over there.
Okay.
Just kind of.
That's a neat trick.
I'm very curious.
does that.
What are we basing the mantis on?
Just a mantis. So what do you mean?
think for
Over
stat block.
stat block.
Oh, stat block. Oh.
I just want to know how fast your mantis is.
Like
I don't know, dude. They're pretty
Hey,
fast.
you know what?
But I don't know.
Let's pretend it
Would
is.
it be like a
They got butterflies.
maybe? Like faster than a butterfly?
I don't know butterflies.
I don't
there-
know what stat blocks they
Is
have
there a
for
stat
insects.
block for like a beetle?
Oh, yeah,
or something
beetle.
like that.
I'm trying to see what doesn't fall under the giant category.
Yeah, you know what? Let's do.
There's a swarm of beetles.
Here you go.
Yeah,
But
that's
that
a lot
is
of
not it.
swarms.
Swarm of insects has a speed of 20 feet. I'll be generous and we'll say that it can move 30 feet for now. It can move as fast as you can. It's the world's speediest mantis. It went by Sonic before
Faster
you
than
gave
my
it a name.
mantis,
Yes.
actually.
Your mantis is
It's
much
also
less
Nimwyn.
conspicuous, though. So if you aren't going as fast as you possibly can, and the mantis is, it will inevitably get closer and overtake for you.
Yeah, no, I want it to, if we're just walking at a leisurely pace, I want it to just sprint out and see how far it can get over there.
Okay.
Also, do you want to control Mantis? Because I'm not sure how familiars work in this case, or should I control Mantis?
We will work on that before next time we play. For now,
Yeah,
let's
I didn't
definitely
think
have.
about it.
For now, let's definitely have you do it, and we'll have it an official stat block for next
That's
time.
fine.
But yes, if you eventually get like speak with goddamn animals and make me roleplay a mantis, then I'll roleplay that. But you decide how it acts.
Okay. Then.
She's a sassy bitch.
Hey, I mean, she
It's got that little hooked claws
does
and
eat
does
her
the
husband.
Z.
Yeah. No, she's an orchid mantis. She would do like the fan flip.
Ah, sorry.
Ooh.
I was actually
She's a
talking.
distinguished lady.
So, as a familiar, can you familiars? You can like see through their eyes and crap like that. That's the thing.
Yeah, no, I'm not wanting to see through it. I'm just sending it out there to see if it causes a ruckus.
Okay. Yes. Mantis is known for the ruckuses they cause. All right. What was the mantis's name for the sake of the chat and everyone's enjoyment?
Just mantis.
Mantis. So,
Someone said, "What accent does the mantis have?"
sheepy. Go back to drawing tarot cards.
Why did I just immediately think an orchid mantis would have a French accent?
You're right.
Absolutely.
If you want me to do a
Mine
French
first
accent,
went
it's
to,
going to be
like, Barbie
very
girl.
Pepe Le Pew.
I find first went to
As long
Barbie
as it's
girl.
like, I'm feeling like the old lady countess from Aristocats.
Oh dear, you have such high
Oh.
expectations of me.
Yes.
Anyway, the mantis named Mantis will flutter out in short hops.
There's a reason, don't worry.
And head out to keep an eye on things. Do y'all walk any more slowly, walk any more quickly? Are you trying to hide your presence from the people you are low-key following now?
I personally wouldn't. It's more of like a walking with intent sort of thing. Like, okay, you've noticed me, I've noticed you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep walking, let's see what you do.
Okay.
Naya's probably just like walking, holding the sword, being like, "Act natural, act natural. Don't act weird, don't act weird," and they won't notice you.
Is the sword still sheathed?
Oh, I don't think she has a sheath for it. She's been carrying it.
Okay.
around.
Okay.
holding it the whole
Good
time.
for her! Perfect!
I'm at the ready, bitch.
So, I'm gonna say a mantis jumping around, unless it's pretty close, is probably going beneath the notice of Nim and Dorian.
I
Just
know,
with
it's like buzzing.
Oh, okay.
It's like
I was
a
gonna say
swarming
they
little
may,
bug.
may
Oh.
not notice, but Morty has his head directly behind us and has not bothered to move. So Morty probably does see it. Because
And
Morty's more perceptive.
are you wanting the mantis to like just follow them, or keep an eye on them, or to like accost them?
Yeah, just like make a ruckus, like do that thing where like a bug flies really close to
I
your
now-
ear, so it's like, ah!
I now see what we are doing. So, the people that are following you, you are kind of coming up on the next hill, and you look back, and this duo is following you still, going like, for all the world, they seem like they're tailing you. As a matter of fact, and they're not taking their eyes off you, really, as you're walking in front of them. And what's more, the blue one has a drawn sword with a naked blade as she's walking behind you. And then all of a sudden, this pink flower bug, like, zips by Nimwyn's face. To the point where, like, wings, like, clip around one of your oversized ears.
She does the horse sort of thing where the ear just goes like,
Oh my god, I love that! That's so cute!
and if I could do something a little cool, one of the features you get as a Firbolg is speech of beast and leaf.
Mm-hmm.
So I can
Ooh.
communicate with but not understand beasts and plants. So I'm just gonna say, "Excuse me, Buggy," in hopes that the bug understands that we're just cruising by.
Inside the hood, you watch, because Morty's been watching this bug, like his little 3 eyes have been like scooting around, and you watch the head just go. Just like stare at you.
The creature...
Speaking Simlish.
The creature takes note. It is a familiar. It walks the line between Fey and beast form, but since it's in beast form, it applies. It understands. It's under orders from someone it likes a lot better than you, but you definitely see a hitch in its giddy up for a moment as it is surprised and somewhat concerned about the nature of you and what it has been asked to do. So it diverts from there and goes to pester Dorian.
Which is not a good thing because as it gets closer, the bird is just all three golden eyes. Like, yeah.
Yep.
After a few minutes of it like buzzing around and bothering, it's gonna stop like Nim from walking, just be like, hold onto your sleeve so you don't lose me, and I'm gonna use my once per day invisibility, and you watch him just like and he's gone so that this thing can stop bothering him.
And Nim just like is holding the air, it seems.
There's like a chunk of her skirt that's like out a little further because she's got like a hand in it.
Does this turn your raven invisible?
I mean, he's on me, so I guess we'll decide. If not, though, like a floating,
He's just
hovering
floating.
raven that's just there, like not moving would be really funny.
For now, I'll say yes. I reserve the right to
Okay.
change my mind about that later, because it's technically two creatures. But for now, both of you vanish. Which does Mantis a concern. And also a concern for the two people following, as you were tailing two people that might be dangerous, and now one of them's gone. Like, instantly gone. Not ran away, not went over the hill, but vanished. And could be anywhere.
Not yet. Alright. They're either going away or coming this way. Which do we want to prepare for? You gotta come up with an answer now.
We stay on the defensive and keep walking.
Alright. Fine. Great. What, are you just saying we should ignore it?
No, I have this.
You do.
I like to think she's holding it just like
Oh,
white
yeah.
knuckles.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely double-fisted.
Like, it's a one-handed sword, but I'm a little person. Like, I have a short sword, and I have to hold it like this, so, like, I know her ass is, like...
Yeah.
If we see anything, if we see the grass go down like it's being stepped on, I will try to melt their face like I did that one guy, but I also, it helps that they're invisible, because I didn't like watching that.
Yeah, careful. Okay. Oh, fuck this. I'm gonna run.
Okay.
And
our
I'm
little
gonna run up the hill.
in our little spot, not even having noticed and stuff. Dorian's gonna be like, Nim, I know this is supposed to be a dangerous area. Nothing's happened yet. I'm invisible and you can lead us, and we have Morty, so why don't I just send him out and you can just do that thing where you leave me around? You know I won't be able to see or hear you, but
We
like
can
you
link
said-
arms.
yeah.
Link my arm, and we keep going. And Morty can see ahead.
Yeah. Do that. So like you feel him like let go of you for a second, and like you hear a very unceremonious like flapping of feathers. You can only assume what's happening before you hear the feathers going off in another direction. Before he fully sets in that see through the familiar's eyes, he's gonna like loop through you.
And I just start kind of marching on, unaware of what's happening behind.
As Morty flies off.
Jane, you said you like took off in the opposite direction, right? Or toward them?
Toward them.
Oh, yeah. Towards them.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you meant you booked it, and I'm like...
Sabbast is
No.
not a run away from danger kind of woman.
Nah.
So I will say this:
That could be our person.
I shudder to ask this of a cleric with a high wisdom, but what's your passive perception for Nimwyn? 15. So, as you are not looking behind you, decidedly not looking behind you, ignoring what is behind you, as a matter of fact, and keeping your eyes on the prize, as you crest this next hill, it is still quite a ways off. The barrows are on a hilltop, and it is a construction on top of that hill. I'm sure everyone here has definitely played Skyrim. And you know those kind of dome-shaped barrows that are on top of the hills where there's something on top, but it continues down underground? It's one of those situations. And even if some of you did the test of courage back when you were in high school, no one's been inside of these things. But there's a large tree and a stone table and a man-made mound at the top of the hill, and it is visible, distant though you are. But between you, with that passive perception, I just rolled my dice for this campaign for the first time. Hooray me. But even with my new dice and their cool roll, your passive perception picks up something. On one side of a hill ahead of you, a creature, a little over 5 feet tall, although it is almost prone at the moment, is snaking its way through the dying grass, making its way towards you. It has seen you, and it is trying to fly beneath your radar, but failing. This creature has kinked legs, kind of similar to the way that satyrs do. But this is not a satyr. There is nothing, no part of this thing looks human. It does have the correct arrangement of limbs, but a coarse and muddied, and as a matter of fact, now that you notice, somewhat bloodied gray fur covers this thing from paws to snout. And it has armor on that has seen better days, made of hide. It is carrying a spear that it is holding in one hand. There's a quiver of arrows on its back and a short bow in its other hand as it slinks forward. Looks like it knows what it's doing. It looks like a practiced hunter with its eyes set on you. But you grew up in far more dangerous places than this in your own estimation, and are used to keeping your head on a swivel. You haven't had to deal with these things. These things do not come into the Ebonwood. These things aren't that smart, but they're smart enough not to mess with the Ebonwood. But from your mother's stories, and from Lorcan's cautions, you know a gnoll when you see one. Jackal-like humanoids, born of demon blood, so you hear, that live for nothing more than slaughter and feasting on carrion that they themselves create.
I stop marching forward and kind of stop Dorian with me. And one of the things that Nimwyn's mother always encouraged her to do is to look big, kind of like what people say to do when you see like a mountain lion. Look big and make yourself as like impressive and intimidating as possible. So even though she's very nervous, she holds up her staff and she widens her gait a little bit, and then she starts to lead Dorian, stepping backwards while still facing it.
Dorian feels the shift of movement and cannot hear anything. He can only see what Morty sees, which means if Morty sees it, then he will see it. But that's I guess up to, because I kind of just told him to fly off in the direction we needed to go. He does feel you shift gears and can at least kind of like slap your arm a little bit, kind of like a okay kind of thing.
She doesn't want to worry Dorian, so she kind of like rubs his hand
Three-eyed
Blindly feels
raven.
for it for a second.
Yeah.
Three-eyed raven perception will quickly pick up on the knoll crawling through the grass.
Okay, so he can see it then. I guess upon being able to see that, kind of, you don't even see it, but like in normal times, you've seen him before. It is kind of like as he comes back into it, like the eyes are no longer that weird goldy color because of the raven eyes being gold, and they're back to blue. But you can't see him; he's still invisible. He's gonna whisper and just tell me what I need to do to help you. We can fight it or we can run from it.
If it comes too close, we'll just have to fend it off. But for now, if we just keep backing up, maybe it will lose interest. I'm making myself really big and intimidating.
As you
Okay. I have a plan, Nim. Remember I told Eleanor I learned something new?
Yeah.
Just don't worry. And you feel him like push you a little bit to the side before the invisibility slowly starts to fade, but like it's not a normal person standing there anymore. Like you're like hearing bones crack as like the legs expand and like start to like crack into like weird like werewolf shaped legs. Arms are getting longer and his face is like splitting in half. I'm taking form of dread. He like basically as large as she is, but lanky with like bone spines like shooting out of my back so that he can stand in front of it and to see if he can scare it away with this creepy look.
My scary
Mark
best
That I did
friend.
that. Mark that I did one of my two for a rest.
so
I get temporary hit points too. I forget about that all the time.
It's just like, oh god, oh god, oh god.
so
Oh, so he's
Dorian,
not
you
invisible
are
anymore?
Dorian, you are
Once you
very
do
Oh dear
anything-
God!
Once you do anything in invisibility, even so much as like an
Yeah, I
action
just
to,
didn't
like,
know if you had a
swing- yeah.
class feature or something.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
this
so-
is part of a feature, but it's just a once per use invisibility without a spell slot per long rest. So
Yeah, so you guys see Dorian turning into this form of dread, and Nimwyn's next to him, just like completely confident in this, maybe
So-
bouncing on her feet a little bit.
Would you read to me this form of dread real quick?
yeah, so I get 1d10 plus 3 temporary hit points. So I rolled an 8 on my d10.
Ooh.
So I get 11 temporary hit points, but it says, as a bonus action, you can manifest the aspects of your patron, form of dread. For 1 minute, you gain the following benefits. You get temporary hit points. Once on each of your turns, if you hit a creature, you can force it to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed saving throw, it is frightened by you until the end of its next turn. I am also immune to the frightened condition, and I can do this twice per long rest at this particular point in time.
Nice.
Excellent. So, and you, by the way, who are not necessarily ignoring what's behind you, and because, Morty, was it? Morty informed you that the people behind you are running towards you now, full tilt. And to their perspective, for you, you are sandwiched between a predator, a hunter, something that literally eats people like you, and two people that you do not know with a drawn weapon sprinting at you. And you are exposed on the top of this hilltop and there is nowhere to run. From behind, the perspective is one of those kind of weird looking people in front of you vanished, and now in its place, here must be its true form. This
you've played the
horrible
quarry-
abomination.
In the quarry,
Oh,
I've
God.
arranged things around a little bit to match that quarry monster. If that helps at all.
I'll have to
Oh
look that up.
God, I hate them.
like
they're
he still looks the
they're
same.
just like awful werewolves. Just
Face
the
doesn't have
worst
the
one you can
little-
think of.
Yeah, Face doesn't have the little like werewolf snout thing going on, but the eyes are like fully black with like bright blue sinking through, and like there's black pouring down the face. And you've seen like the skin. Nimwyn can see it best. The skin on the mouth looks like it's torn open into this giant.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's scary. It's
So,
about as tall as her now. So, but it's hunched over.
how
I'm
does
proud of him, though.
Team No Fear from the Rear receive this horrifying
No fear
transportation?
from the rear.
Yeah,
Look here this whole time.
yeah, no, she's gonna stop in her tracks for a moment and just kind of like Holy shit.
This is as true as you have seen anything in your life. This is a monster.
Which
Fast.
one?
Oh, they cannot see the
Oh,
knoll
yeah.
from the
It's
other side of the
Nimwyn.
hill.
Nimwyn's the monster.
Yeah.
To be clear, if I did not make this abundantly clear to Sabbast and Naya, y'all are on the opposite side of a hill from a knoll. No perception check will help you see something
Oh,
that you
no.
can't see. All you are aware
Yeah.
of is what is going on top of this hill.
Oh no.
You know
Huh.
what that is?
It's gonna start like just slowly
Hmm.
stalking towards it, doing like an animal walk of sorts, just to try to like intimidate it.
Towards the knoll.
Yes.
Yay.
He's gonna say a distance from it, but he's gonna start I like when you watch a bear like slowly start walking towards something, like that's the vibe.
um.
I know
guess-
Mr. Lowe wanted us to run him an errand, but I don't see any guy wearing red.
Look, he might be a magic user. I don't know.
He could wear blue.
At this point, Nimwyn takes a second to turn around, and no matter how much of a threat you guys may seem, she calls down and goes,
Excuse me? There is a big knoll on the other side of this hill. If you either want to run away or perhaps assist us, it is coming our direction.
I think Sebastian and I probably
what?
both do, like,
This happy little
Yeah, no, she's just full
Excuse me?
shouting. What?
Excuse me? There is a
Oh, I
very
had you. There's a giant
As you-
creature next to you.
That's my friend.
As you shout,
My
"That's my
parents."
friend," the knoll believes that the jig is up. And so,
Oh.
having lost the element of surprise, it is going to do what it can with what it has. It is going to kneel in the grass where it is, arch up a little bit, put an arrow to that longbow, and begins to draw it to fire at the creature formerly known as Dorian. And so
Yeah, dear
do the
God.
and so do the other two that nat 20'd
Wow.
their stealth checks.
No way.
Hey.
Ah.
So when we come back next week, we will start by rolling initiative.
hey!
Thank
Yeah.
God that gives me time to look over how the hell I do wild shape.
Oh
Just out
boy.
here, my guy. I don't know.
That it was really
Oh
cool
my
to see that
God.
wolf's head come up on your dice, Jane.
Oh, I bet it is.
Okay, we
Yeah,
went
now I bet the D20's real interesting, right?
So, thank you guys to the people who recently followed us. Divine Nation, who I assume that's you that just messaged me in Discord. I'm running away home to go do some laundry because I'm leaving for Chicago very early in the morning, but I do promise to get back to you. We will talk again before I stream next. And also to Blackwater D&D, who came in, had some questions here at the end. I'm sorry you caught us so late. VOD is going to be on Twitch, and it will eventually be on YouTube. Links to everything. Let me do the links thing in the chat real quick. We are everywhere. We are Misty Mountain Gaming. This is Misty Mountain Streaming, which is the streaming branch of Misty Mountain Gaming. If this is your first time joining us, thank you so much for doing it. It means a lot to us. I think we're awesome. I hope you do too. And we stream 3 times a week, and most of it's D&D. And you caught us on session 1 of a new campaign. So if you don't know what was going on before now, you don't have much catching up to do.
Yeah.
Thank you to the 4 of you who joined me to be my wonderful players for the evening. I am excited about all of your characters. I am so glad to put voices with the faces that I've got. We will be streaming this game again, 7 p.m. Central, next Monday. If you want to join us before then, Wednesday night will be another D&D session where we are playing The Wild Beyond the Witchlight. 3 of the faces that you see right now will also be playing in that campaign. And Friday night will be an interview by one of our adventurers with a publisher of a Dungeons & Dragons comic book called Hardly Heroes. So lots of stuff to look forward to. I'm going to be at a show. They're getting back from the show. They're tired. I've got laundry, and we need to call it for the night. Does anyone else have anything to quickly shout out before we're done?
Jane, do you want to drop that link one more time?
Oh yeah.
One more time
just
for
in
Jane's
case.
link.
Yeah, we've currently raised $95, which is cool as hell.
That's
That's
awesome.
good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And,
So if any of you weren't here, this is all going toward Planned Parenthood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And while Jane grabs that link, just because I've seen a lot of new names in the chat, all of us also create our own content. So check out our socials. We have our usernames below our character names in our little boxes.
I mostly do
Uh,
this, but all of them do cooler shit than me, and they do it a lot more often than me.
Yeah, we do.
So check out our stuff.
Just facts.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you for joining us on a holiday. What's more, we will be back with more D&D for you very soon. As we say at the end of every stream, just in case you don't hear it anywhere else this week, we genuinely love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to our next stream. We'll see you Wednesday at 7 p.m. for the Wild Beyond the Witchlight. And until next time, fellow adventurers, farewell and Godspeed.
Bye.
Or bye. Head up, you